Chapter 35. Hit someone? Hit someone here? Everyone was stunned. Li Feng, who was hit by Yi Xian, was stunned as well, because he really hadn't expected that Yi Xian would attack him. After all, this was Karaki Academy, and Song Zhong was here. Even Song Zhong was slightly stunned because he hadn't expected that someone would dare to hit someone in front of him. Moreover, it was done in such a brazen manner. Meanwhile, Li Feng crawled up from the ground, and he pointed angrily at Yi Xian and said fiercely, "You're actually so arrogant. You." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was not far away from him, suddenly approached him. Then, before he could come to his senses, Yi Xian slapped him in the face again. Slap. Along with a resounding slap, Li Feng's entire body was directly slapped away. Some of the students couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian with shock when they witnessed this scene. Li Feng was at the chi-controlling realm, but he actually couldn't fight back at all. If the first time Li Feng was hit was because of Yi Xian's sneak attack, then the second time wasn't a sneak attack, but a fair slap. Even then, Li Feng still couldn't fight back at all. His strength was suppressed. Presumptuous. At this moment, Song Zhong, who was sitting on the back of the red-crowned crane, suddenly shouted angrily. In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his head and looked Song Zhong in the eyes. "Elder Song, it's not good to use public interests for personal gain, right?" Song Zhong sneered. "Using public interests for personal gain? When did I use public interests for personal gain? My Karaki Academy's recruitment standards are very clear. Those who haven't attained the chi-controlling realm aren't allowed to enter my academy. You're only at the transformation realm, so what wrong did the old man do to disqualify you?" As he said this, his eyes gradually turned cold. "And you publicly hit someone in my Karaki Academy. You are looking down on my Karaki Academy. And Guosher is my Karaki Academy's honorary instructor. The old man believes that even if she were here, she wouldn't allow you to enter Karaki Academy." At this moment, Li Feng suddenly crawled to his feet. He glared at Yi Xian, who was not far away. His face was filled with savagery and madness. "You lowly bastard, you actually." Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Xiu's expression changed drastically, but this time, he was clearly prepared. When Yi Xian appeared in front of him, he suddenly threw a punch at Yi Xian. As he punched out, a powerful airflow wrapped around his fist like a mist. Quite powerful. Yi Xian also punched out. The two fists collided. Ka. Along with the sound of bones breaking, Li Feng was blasted over 10 m away. As soon as he fell to the ground, he started howling madly. The bones in his entire right arm had been completely shattered. Yi Xian glanced coldly at Li Feng, who was howling incessantly. "I'll fucking beat you to death if you say another word." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head to look at Song Zhong. The latter's expression was icy cold, and his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. "You acted violently in front of the old man today, and you completely disregard Karaki Academy. Even in Guosher can't protect you. Guards, take him away and kill him on the spot." As soon as he finished speaking, two experts at the side were about to attack. Yi Xian looked Song Zhong in the eyes. "Even though I haven't attained the Qi Resistance Realm, Elder Song has noticed that I possess the strength of a Qi Resistance Realm expert." Song Zhong ridiculed. "Who cares if you possess the strength of a Qi Resistance Realm expert? The old man only knows that you haven't attained the Qi Resistance Realm. Since you haven't attained the Qi Resistance Realm, then you aren't qualified to participate in my Karaki Academy's recruitment test." As he spoke, he lightly waved his right hand. "Take him down and kill him on the spot." When they heard Song Zhong, the two Void Realm experts before Yi Xian charged directly at Yi Xian. Both of them possessed extremely formidable strengths. At the moment they attacked, Yi Xian felt a strand of invisible pressure. Yi Xian's expression instantly sank when he saw them attack. He knew that the matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Since it was impossible to resolve peacefully, then he had to fight. When he thought up to here, a wisp of a savage expression arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth, and he suddenly stomped his right foot. Bang! The ground exploded apart, and a strand of formidable pressure swept out from within Yi Xian, causing the two Void Realm experts to be blasted back by over 10 m. A Chi Transformation Realm expert blasted 2 Void Realm experts back? Everyone present here was instantly extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. Or it should be said that they felt disbelief. After all, there was a gap of 2 realms between them. A trace of disbelief could be seen in Song Zhong's eyes as well. He was slightly surprised that Yi Xian was able to completely crush Li Feng, but he wasn't very shocked. After all, even Song Qi had lost at Yi Xian's hands. However, both of them were at the Void Realm. Even though they hadn't utilized their full strength at the beginning, it wasn't something that a Chi Transformation Realm expert could go against. Song Zhong stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this moment, he naturally understood that this young man before him was absolutely not an ordinary young man. And it could even be said to be a genius, a rare genius. When he thought up to here, Song Zhong was slightly hesitant. Because he was slightly fearful. If he really expelled a genius from Karaki Academy, then the consequences would definitely be extremely severe. After all, he was only a tiny elder. However, enmity had already been formed, and if Yi Xian was allowed to enter Karaki Academy, then Yi Xian would definitely take revenge in the future. The revenge of a genius. When he thought up to here, his gaze gradually turned icy cold. A genius? Karaki Academy never lacked geniuses. I can't leave any future troubles. Song Zhong slowly clenched his right fist. In an instant, a powerful airflow suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. And as soon as this airflow appeared, Yi Xian suddenly noticed that his entire body had started to tense up. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. Song Zhong wasn't a Void Realm expert at all, but an expert above the Void Realm. He couldn't be defeated by force. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian suddenly clenched his right fist tightly, and then he smashed it forward. Bang! The airflow around him was instantly blasted apart by this punch. And right when Song Zhong was about to attack again, Yi Xian flashed backwards and arrived at the foot of the mountain with a few leaps. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Song Zhong's mouth when he witnessed this scene. Trying to flee? How laughable! As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian charged onto the 9 Palaces formation platform. Seeing this scene, the people halfway up the mountain and at the foot of the mountain were all stunned. Even Song Zhong was stunned. What was he going to do? The moment Yi Xian stepped onto the 9 Palaces platform, it violently shook, and then a beam of light suddenly shot up from the center of the platform into the sky. At this moment, countless people from Karaki Academy looked up at the sky. 9 Palaces light pillar. Heavens, who is this? He actually wants to challenge the 9 Palaces formation? Could it be Guoshi? The 9 Palaces formation. It hasn't been activated for decades. Could it be Guoshi? Who exactly is it? Soon figures ran down from the top of the mountain. The 9 Palaces platform had been activated, and it was obvious that someone wanted to challenge the 9 Palaces formation. On the back of the red-crowned crane, Song Zhong was also stunned. He originally thought that Yi Xian was going to escape, but he didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually go onto the 9 Palaces platform and challenge the 9 Palaces formation. When it was confirmed that Yi Xian was going to challenge the 9 Palaces formation, Song Zhong suddenly laughed. Yi Xian, the old man has finally seen what it means to seek one's own death. That's good, you've saved the old man a lot of trouble by courting death like this. 9 Palaces formation. This formation was formed by 9 wooden puppets. When the 9 wooden puppets attacked together, they could instantly kill an Ascendant Realm expert. Let alone an Ascendant Realm expert. Even if he went up there, he didn't have the confidence to break the formation. In fact, he had no confidence at all. This formation didn't just test one's strength, but also one's foundation, temperament, talent, and combatability. The ancestral master of Karaki Academy left this formation because he was afraid that Karaki Academy would lose its talented people, those true talents. Soon, countless people gathered around the 9 Palaces platform. Everyone was looking at Yi Xian on the platform and discussing. Lu Xiaoran led the little fatty and Yi Ling over to the 9 Palaces platform, and his expression changed slightly when he saw Yi Xian. Is Yi Xian going to challenge the 9 Palaces platform? On the other hand, even though Yi Ling, who was wrapped in a thick coat, didn't know what was going on, she was able to sense that it was definitely nothing good. Yi Ling's face was pale and extremely nervous. Uncle Lu, big brother will be fine, right? Lu Shaoran sighed softly. He glanced at Yi Ling and hesitated for a moment before he said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." As he spoke, he raised his head and gazed at Yi Xian, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. The Nine Palaces formation. No one in the entire Jiang Kingdom had been able to successfully challenge the Nine Palaces formation for a few dozen years. Moreover, practically all those who had challenged the Nine Palaces formation had died miserably. Even though he knew that Yi Xian's strength wasn't bad and his origins were mysterious, it was the Nine Palaces formation. As soon as Yi Xian stepped foot onto the Nine Palaces platform, the 9 wooden figures that were standing nearby suddenly seemed as if they'd come to life. They slowly walked over to Yi Xian and surrounded Yi Xian. Yi Xian's face was emotionless, or it should be said that there was killing intent in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the situation would develop to such an extent. Song Zhong was clearly targeting him. Fight them head on? This was Kuraki Academy, and even 10,000 of him couldn't defeat it. He had no other choice but to challenge the Nine Palaces formation. Yi Xian discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind and glanced at the surroundings. The 9 wooden figures were holding wooden swords and hadn't moved, but he'd sensed danger. Yi Xian naturally didn't dare act carelessly, and his entire body was on guard. At this moment, one of the wooden figures in front of him suddenly drew its sword, and this sword was aimed straight at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. The moment the first wooden figure drew its sword, the crowd was in an uproar. "How is this possible?" someone exclaimed. "The speed of this wooden figure's sword is so fast. Could it be that these 9 wooden figures are all swordsmen? 9 chi-controlling realm sword cultivators. I'm afraid even a levitation realm powerhouse can be killed instantly." On the back of the crane, Song Zhong was also a little shocked. He knew that these wooden figures weren't simple, but he didn't expect them to be existences like swordsmen. After all, the Nine Palaces platform hadn't been activated for a very long time. In the blink of an eye, Song Zhong smiled. Although these wooden figures were only at the chi-controlling realm, if they were swordsmen, then their terror could no longer be measured by the realm alone. 9 chi-controlling realm swordsman experts, coupled with the support of the formation, were almost invincible in the chi-controlling realm, even in the levitation realm. In the entire younger generation of Jiang country, perhaps only existences at the level of Anguisher could give it a try. As for Yi Xian, Song Zhong looked at Yi Xian and sneered. "Yi Xian, if you want to be in the limelight, if you want to make a name for yourself, why don't you take a look at yourself first?" On the Nine Palaces platform, when the first wooden figure drew its sword, Yi Xian's first impression was fast, accurate, and ruthless. However, he was a little surprised, because although this sword was fast, it was very weak. He didn't know why he felt this way, he just felt that it was very weak. In this way, under the gaze of countless people, the wooden sword directly stabbed into Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian didn't dodge. Everyone was stunned. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's astonished gaze, the wooden sword trembled violently, then turned into a glimmer of light and sank into Yi Xian's body. Almost at the same time, the Lingxiao sword in his body trembled, as if something had happened. Around him, the wooden swords of the remaining 8 wooden figures also arrived in front of Yi Xian. Similarly, he didn't dodge. The moment these wooden swords came into contact with him, they completely disappeared without a trace. Not only the people around him, but even Yi Xian himself was stunned. "Senior? What's going on? Did you make a move?" After a moment of silence, the mysterious woman's voice sounded. "You cultivate the invincible sword body technique. You can devour swords that are weaker than the spiritual sword in your body. Do you understand?" Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, at this moment, Song Zhong suddenly shouted angrily, "You cheated!" Chapter 36. You. Song Zhong glared at Yi Xian, his face turning purple with anger. If Yi Xian wasn't on the Nine Palace platform, he would have already made his move. Because Kuraki Academy had a rule that no one was allowed to interfere once someone was on the Nine Palace platform, especially Ashenwood Academy. To put it bluntly, This test was set up by the ancestors of Kuraki Academy to prevent the old teachers from cheating and missing out on the true monstrous geniuses. Thus, even though Song Zhong's lungs were about to explode, he didn't dare to make a move. On the Nine Palace platform, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to Song Zhong. Instead, he scanned the surroundings and saw that the wooden puppets weren't moving anymore. He thought for a moment and said, "Now I pass, right?" Pass. Below the Nine Palace platform, Song Zhong sneered. "You cheated and destroyed the wooden puppet swords, and you call that passing? You." Yi Xian looked coldly at Song Zhong and interrupted him. "Cheating? Do you have proof?" Song Zhong said angrily, "Proof? You're just a Qi transformation realm cultivator. How could you make those wooden swords disappear in an instant? And you still say you didn't cheat?" Yi Xian looked around and sighed. "I finally understand why this array hasn't been broken for so many years. So breaking the array is cheating. TSK, I've learned something new." All around, there was a lot of discussion. At this time, a Kuraki Academy student suddenly came in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. "You're just a Qi transformation realm cultivator. How could you possibly break this Nine Palace array?" Yi Xian looked straight at the student. "But I already broke it." The student shook his head. "There's definitely something fishy about this." As Elder Song Zhong said, "You must have used some special method." Hearing this, the surrounding Kuraki Academy students all nodded. They naturally wouldn't believe that someone could break the Nine Palace array, let alone so easily. Because when they first joined Kuraki Academy, they didn't dare to have any thoughts about breaking the Nine Palace array. Even the super monstrous geniuses that led the inner court and inner court of Kuraki Academy weren't able to pass through the Nine Palaces formation. But this man in front of them, how could he? Cheating. Almost everyone was certain that Yi Xian had cheated. Yi Xian glanced at the wooden men around him. At this moment, these wooden men were no longer moving. After pondering for a moment, he asked in his heart, "Senior, is this considered cheating? Are you stupid?" The mysterious woman suddenly said, "Although you haven't comprehended the sword will, your heart of the sword is clear, and you're cultivating the invincible sword body technique, using the sword to forge your body. Although you haven't mastered it yet, you're already a little mature. These wooden puppets can only be considered as low-level swordsmen. Although they're powerful with the help of the formation, you're a genuine great swordsman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you're a half-step grandmaster of kendo. Plus, your invincible sword body technique can absorb swords. If they're not swordsmen, you might have to spend more effort. But if they're swordsmen, you're the bane of their existence." Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The reason why he asked that was because he had won too easily. But now that he heard the mysterious woman's words, he finally understood. When he thought up to hear, he gazed at Song Zhong and was about to speak. However, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared here, and the students in the surroundings hurriedly bowed deeply and spoke in unison. "Vice Dean Li Xiu." Even Song Zhong hurriedly bowed. "Vice Dean." In the Tsongshan Academy, there were 3 vice deans, and these 3 vice deans were all people with real power. Li Xiu. Yi Xian glanced at Li Xiu and his heart shuddered. Unfathomable. This man's strength might only be slightly lower than the 9th floor master on the cloud ship. A real big shot had appeared. However, this was also his goal. His goal of challenging the Nine Palace array was to lure the big shot of Green Mountain Academy out. Li Xiu glanced at Song Zhong. Public affairs are public affairs. Private affairs are private affairs. Using public affairs for personal gain is undesirable. From now on, you don't need to be responsible for the recruitment. Go report to the logistics department at the back of the mountain. Hearing this, Li Xiu's face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Vice Dean, this person hasn't reached the Imperial Qi realm. It wasn't my fault to stop him." Li Xiu interrupted Song Zhong. "I don't know what grudges you have with him, but this recruitment is related to the future prosperity of Green Mountain Academy. How can you mix personal grudges with it? Don't say any more." Song Zhong's expression was extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. But he didn't leave either. He just retreated to the side and stared at Yi Xian. Li Xiu turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian bowed slightly. "Greetings, Vice Dean." The vice dean sized up Yixian. Although I don't know what method you used to destroy those wooden swords, but with your foundation and combat power, you are already qualified to join my Verdantwood Academy. Speaking up to here, he suddenly frowned. He seemed to have noticed something. He quickly walked in front of Yixian and put a hand on Yixian's shoulder. Inside Yixian's body, the Ling Xiao sword quietly disappeared. Soon Li Xiu withdrew his hand and looked deeply at Yixian. You don't have a dantian. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Song Zhong was also slightly stunned, but in the blink of an eye, he was so happy that he almost laughed crazily. Yixian was silent and he asked in his heart, Senior, why did I put away the Ling Xiao sword? Can't I reveal my special dantian to others? Of course not. The mysterious woman said. This method is too shocking. If they find out that you have a sword as your dantian, with your current strength, it is very likely that you will be in great danger, because this is a completely new cultivation method and system. Hearing this, Yixian thought for a moment and felt that it was reasonable, so he nodded. I don't have a dantian. Haha. Song Zhong suddenly laughed. You don't have a dantian? In other words, you Yixian can only be a martial artist, a low-level martial artist. What qualifications do you have to join my Green Mountain Academy? Yixian ignored Song Zhong and looked at Li Xiu in front of him. After a moment of silence, Li Xiu said, You don't have a dantian, so it will be difficult for you to enter the Xiantian realm. The academy can't give resources to a student without a dantian, so you can't become a student of Green Mountain Academy. However, your foundation is good, so you can stay in the academy and become a martial disciple. Martial disciples were low-level handymen in the academy, who specialized in doing odd jobs for students and teachers. Martial disciple? Yixian's face darkened. He naturally wouldn't become a martial disciple. He wanted to join Green Mountain Academy. Just as he was about to release his battle intent, Lu Xiaoran's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Little friend Yi. Yixian looked over, and when he saw the appearance of Yi Ling, who was standing next to Lu Xiaoran, his expression instantly changed. At this moment, Yi Ling's head was covered in white frost, and his body emitted waves of cold air. His entire body was like a block of ice. Yixian was shocked. He hurriedly ran to Lu Xiaoran and picked up Yi Ling. As soon as he touched Yi Ling, the cold air coming from Yi Ling's body made him shiver. At this moment, Yixian was panicking out of his wits. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at Li Xiu, who was not far away, and pleaded, Senior, please let the doctors of Green Mountain Academy take a look at my sister. Li Xiu glanced at Yi Ling and shook his head. There are only 3 medical grandmasters in Green Mountain Academy. How could they come out to treat someone so easily? There were less than 10 medical grandmasters in the entire country of Jiang, and Green Mountain Academy had 3. These people could be said to be national treasures, and it was too difficult to invite them. Even he might not be able to invite a medical grandmaster, and even if he could, he would have to pay a certain price. And the young man in front of him had no value at all. How could he pay a certain price to invite a medical grandmaster? Yixian still wanted to say something, but Li Xiu shook his head. Your dantian has been shattered, and you can only advance beyond the Qi Change realm for the rest of your life. If you're willing, you can stay in Green Mountain Academy and become a martial disciple. If you're unwilling, leave immediately. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Yixian, whose dantian had been shattered, had no value to Green Mountain Academy. At this moment, Yixian suddenly hugged Yi Ling, whose aura was getting weaker and weaker, and stood in front of Li Xiu. Yixian knelt on one knee and looked at Li Xiu with bloodshot eyes. If Green Mountain Academy is willing to save my sister, I, Yixian, will go through water and tread on fire for Green Mountain Academy, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Li Xiu looked at Yixian, and after a moment his eyes gradually turned cold. You're not qualified. With that, he turned and walked up the mountain. Yixian still wanted to say something, but at this moment, Brother! Yi Ling, who was in Yixian's arms, suddenly said in pain, No, don't treat him. Brother, you hurry. Hurry up and get up. Tears kept flowing from Yi Ling's eyes, and these tears were actually icy blue. Yi Ling hugged Yixian tightly. She felt wronged. Not for herself, but for her brother. When had her brother ever knelt to someone before? No, she really didn't want to treat him anymore. Yi Xian sat on the ground, hugging Yi Ling, who was getting colder and colder. He hugged her tightly, and his whole body trembled. The tears in his eyes were like a broken dam, and he cried like a child. I'm sorry. Brother, I'm useless. I'm sorry. In Yi Xian's arms, Yi Ling pressed her head against Yi Xian's chest. The coldness in her body was getting stronger, but her aura was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian tightly, and she raised her head to look at Yi Xian and squeezed out a smile. Brother, don't cry. I'm already very happy to die in my brother's arms. Yi Xian hugged Yi Ling tightly, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Inside his body, Ling Xiao's sword kept trembling, and his whole body was already on the verge of collapse. Yi Ling held Yi Xian's cheeks with both hands, and looked at Yi Xian. As she looked, she suddenly smiled. Brother, after I die, bring my ashes with you. I want to accompany you for the rest of my life. Also live well, you must live well. As she said that, she slowly closed her eyes, and her aura became weaker and weaker. Brother, in my next life, I'll still be your little sister. Chapter 37. Yi Ling's breath became weaker and weaker, until it was almost undetectable. Yi Xian hugged Yi Ling tightly as his body trembled uncontrollably. At the corner of his mouth, blood continuously flowed out. All around, countless people stared at the pair of brother and sister. Looking at Yi Xian and his sister, Lu Xiaoran's expression was complicated. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. He didn't expect that Yi Xian didn't have a dantian. Without a dantian, it meant that he would never be able to condense qi for the rest of his life. At this moment, Song Zhong suddenly sneered. Someone come chase this pair of brother and sister down Song Mountain. Just as several experts rushed towards Yi Xian and his sister, an old man quietly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man's hair was unkempt, his clothes were tattered, and his body exuded a pungent smell of alcohol. Seeing the sudden appearance of this old man, Song Zhong frowned because he didn't know how this old man appeared. The strong men who had been dashing toward Yi Xian and his younger sister also stopped. Song Zhong stared at the old man. Who are you? The old man didn't answer Song Zhong, but looked at Yi Xian and his sister. He sized up Yi Ling and said, I can save her. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. The old man looked straight at Yi Xian. Are you willing to enter my Songlan Academy? Songlan Academy? The crowd was in an uproar. This was Songlan Academy's mortal enemy. No, the current Songlan Academy was no longer qualified to beat Songlan Academy's opponent. Song Zhong stared at the old man. You are from Songlan Academy. The old man ignored Song Zhong and only looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stared straight at the old man. As long as you can save my sister, I, Yi Xian, will not let down Songlan Academy. The old man pointed at Song Shan with his right hand. From the foot of the mountain, there are a total of 36 corpses of Songlan Academy students. Every one of them died miserably. In the future, you may become one of them. Yi Xian looked straight at the old man. As long as you can save my sister, I, Yi Xian, will have no regrets even if I become one of them. The old man looked at Yi Xian for a long time. Did you bring back the corpses hanging on the Xiaodao and Song Mountain? Yi Xian looked straight at the old man. If you can save my sister in this life, I will do everything in my power. The old man took a deep look at Yi Xian. From now on, you are a student of my Songlan Academy. After saying that, he squatted down and placed one hand on Yi Ling's pulse. After a moment, he took a deep look at Yi Ling without saying anything. His thumb gently touched a pitch-black ring on his index finger. In the blink of an eye, a tiny flame lotus appeared in his palm. Along with the appearance of this flame lotus, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Fire spirit! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Song Zhong's face was also filled with astonishment. In this world, there were some natural oddities, and these natural oddities were extremely precious existences. For example, this fire spirit was a priceless existence. No, this wasn't something that could be bought with money. Even in Songmu Academy, this kind of natural oddities was extremely rare. Under everyone's gaze, the old man flicked his finger, and the fire spirit directly entered between Yi Ling's eyebrows. Soon, the cold air on Yi Ling's body receded like a receding tide. The old man's right hand was tightly placed on Yi Ling's shoulder. A mysterious force was continuously transmitted into Yi Ling's body. Gradually, under the nervous gaze of Yi Xian, Yi Ling's face became a little rosy. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he witnessed this scene. After around 15 minutes, Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes. Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed Yi Ling's hand and spoke in a trembling voice. How is it? Yi Ling glanced at the surroundings in a daze. In the end, she looked at Yi Xian, and tears flowed down her face. Big brother, I'm not dead yet? Yi Xian smiled, but his face was covered in tears. Meanwhile, a tiny flame suddenly condensed between Yi Ling's eyebrows. The old man said, "The fire spirit has temporarily suppressed the cold air within her body. But according to my estimation, it can only suppress it for a month at most. After a month, the fire spirit will vanish." Yi Xian pulled his younger sister, Yi Ling, up, and Yi Ling bowed deeply to the old man. Yi Xian said, "I, Yi Xian, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life." The old man nodded slightly. "Come back to Zhonglan Academy with me." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." The three of them were about to leave when Song Zhong suddenly ridiculed. "How laughable. The Zhonglan Academy has actually fallen to the point of picking up the trash that my Karaki Academy doesn't want. Oh, it's understandable. After all, who would join Zhonglan Academy now?" The old man glanced at Song Zhong, but he didn't speak and just ignored Song Zhong. Just like that, under the gaze of countless people, the old man left with Yi Xian and his younger sister. Song Zhong laughed without the slightest restraint behind the old man. "How laughable! How laughable! The Zhonglan Academy has fallen to the point of picking up the trash that my Karaki Academy doesn't want. Ha ha ha." Right at this moment, a white figure suddenly flashed over from afar, and everyone here was stunned when they saw this white figure. "It's Guosher." Someone spoke these words, and the surroundings instantly seethed with excitement. Guosher. He was the representative of the younger generation of the Jiang Kingdom, and he could be said to be the idol of everyone in the younger generation of the Jiang Kingdom. Countless people gazed at the white figure with burning gazes, and their eyes were filled with admiration and respect, because Enlancio was the pride of the entire Jiang Kingdom. She was outstanding to the point others couldn't feel envious of her. Everyone watched as Enlancio stopped before the old man and Yi Xian, and then her gaze descended onto Yi Xian. "I'm sorry." Yi Xian shook his head. "It's none of your business." Enlancio stretched out her right hand. "The jade pendant." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "I'll keep it." Enlancio looked Yi Xian in the eyes. "Why?" Yi Xian met her gaze. "It's a form of friendship." Enlancio gazed at Yi Xian for a long time before she nodded, and then she gazed at the old man by Yi Xian's side. The old man glanced at Enlancio and sighed softly. "As expected of the most outstanding person in the Jiang Kingdom, you've already arrived at such a level." Enlancio fell silent for a short moment. The Jiang Kingdom can't fall into chaos. The old man shook his head and chuckled. 36 corpses are still hanging on that Xiao Dao. Enlancio fell silent. The old man didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked down the mountain. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Enlancio. "Farewell." As she finished speaking, she pulled Yi Ling along and followed after him. Enlancio's eyes slowly closed where she stood. Meanwhile, Song Zhong hurriedly walked in front of Enlancio and bowed respectfully. "Teacher and I." Right at this moment, Song Zhong suddenly flew over 10 meters away. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Enlancio with eyes filled with puzzlement, because the person who attacked was Enlancio. Enlancio glanced coldly at Song Zhong, who was over 10 meters away. "You dare to make things difficult for someone I recommended?" Song Zhong was horrified in his heart. He was about to say something when a spear tore through the air. Chi! One of Song Zhong's arms flew off. Blood sprayed. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone looked at Enlancio with astonishment. "What's she doing?" Under everyone's gaze, Enlancio raised her head and looked at Song Mountain. "Li Xiao, get down here." As her voice fell, she lightly flicked her jade-like finger. A silver spear soared into the sky. Around the silver spear, an enormous dragon that was over 100 meters long suddenly appeared. The enormous dragon soared into Tsang Mountain. A dragon's roar shook the entire Tsang Mountain. A moment of silence. Boom. Above Tsang Mountain, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded. Then a horrified voice sounded. Spear intent manifestation. You've actually reached the Spear Dao Grandmaster. Spear Dao Grandmaster. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were filled with gasps. Spear Dao Grandmaster. And Lanxiao had already reached the Spear Dao Grandmaster? She was only 19 years old. A 19-year-old Spear Dao Grandmaster. Everyone was petrified. Not to mention the history of the Jiang Kingdom. Even the history of the previous dynasty had never seen such a thing. In the truest sense of the word, it was unprecedented. In next to no time, Li Xiu appeared before Lanxiao, and his expression was extremely serious. A Spear Dao Grandmaster wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was a Spear Dao Grandmaster at such a young age. In the history of Karaki Academy, only a single person could compare to such terrifying natural talent. And it was Gu Qianqian who'd saved Karaki Academy all those years ago. That legendary figure of Karaki Academy. Yet now, Lanxiao wasn't inferior to him in the slightest. Li Xiu restrained his thoughts. Country scholarin, why are you so angry? Lanxiao glanced at Li Xiu. I can't stand the sight of you. As soon as she finished speaking, the tip of her foot tapped the ground lightly, and her figure directly floated forward. At the same time, the spear in her hand shot out violently like a bolt of lightning. Li Xiu's gaze was wretched as he stood before Lanxiao, and he didn't dare be careless in the slightest. He took half a step back, and in the next moment he stretched out his right hand and made a roll. This roll caused the wind in the surroundings to suddenly and swiftly converge towards him. In an instant, a whirlpool had appeared before him. And within the whirlpool were countless wind blades that were thin like cicada wings. Meanwhile, the spear arrived. Bang! An enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded abruptly. In the blink of an eye, the countless wind blades were blasted into pieces while a figure retreated explosively. This figure was exactly Li Xiu, and he'd retreated over 100 m back. As soon as he stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his entire right arm had cracked apart into the shape of a spiderweb. The surroundings were deathly silent. Lanxiao had defeated a vice dean of Karaki Academy. Everyone in the surroundings didn't know Li Xiu's true cultivation, but since he was able to become the vice dean of Karaki Academy, then how could he be trash? It could be said that Li Xiu was at least at the Nether Passage realm, or perhaps even higher. Yet now he'd lost to Lanxiao. Li Xiu stared fixedly at Lanxiao. There was no flames of rage in his eyes, and there was only deep fear. Others didn't know what Lanxiao's background represented, but he did. So, when Lanxiao hadn't joined Karaki Academy all those years ago, Karaki Academy didn't dare go too far. After all, when it came to a level like Karaki Academy, some geniuses were either roped in or destroyed. On the other hand, Karaki Academy didn't dare to have any ill intentions towards Lanxiao. Lanxiao didn't attack again. She glanced at Grey Mountain, and shook her head. From this moment onward, I have nothing to do with Karaki Academy. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Li Xiu's expression changed drastically when he heard Lanxiao. Country scholar, and you absolutely can't do that. If I've offended you in any way, then I apologize. Please. In the distance, Lanxiao had vanished from everyone's fields of vision. Li Xiu's expression was extremely unsightly as he stood on the spot. Right at this moment, the 8 wooden figures on the distant 9 palace platform suddenly returned to their positions, and then a figure suddenly appeared on the platform in the blink of an eye. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they saw this figure, because this figure was Gu Qianqian, who'd left the kingdom of Jiang for almost 300 years. Along with Gu Qianqian's appearance, all the higher-ups of Karaki Academy were alarmed. Besides the dean who was in closed-door cultivation, the other 2 vice deans and some supreme elders had rushed over to the platform, and then they bowed in succession. Gu Qianqian glanced at the surroundings and grinned. It's rare that I'm late. Where's the person who broke the formation? His foundation is solid like a rock at such a young age. Not only has he comprehended battle intent, he's even a great swordsman. It's rare that he's cultivated both the martial arts and the sword to such an extent. Chapter 38. 3 words were rare. The surroundings were deathly silent. Gu Qianchen frowned slightly when he noticed the unusual atmosphere, and then he glanced at the surroundings. What's wrong? Meanwhile, Li Xiu stepped forward, bowed deeply to Gu Qianchen, and then recounted everything that had happened earlier. He didn't dare conceal anything at all. The surroundings grew even more silent after he finished listening. Some of the supreme elders and vice deans of Kuraki Academy glanced coldly at Li Xiu with extremely hostile expressions. If Gu Qianchen's afterimage wasn't here, then they might have flared up by now. A short while later, Gu Qianchen shook his head lightly. This formation was created by Dean Mu all those years ago. Later on, I felt that it was slightly weak, so I transformed it into a swordsman. Even if he cheated, he's still capable of breaking through this formation. Moreover, that person didn't cheat. Even though he doesn't have a dantian, it means that he's extraordinary and should be said to be terrifying. Don't all of you think it's terrifying that he was able to break through this formation without a dantian? Li Xiu's face turned slightly pale when he heard this, and his face turned even paler when he recalled Enlanxio's attitude from before. Who was Enlanxio? With such a terrifying genius, would the person she favored be mediocre? Of course not. Li Xiu laughed bitterly when he thought up to this point, and then he bowed deeply to Gu Qianchen. I was blind. Gu Qianchen shook his head. Fate can't be forced. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings. I left Pine Prefecture a few hundred years ago, and I left this afterimage behind because I wanted to see if anyone would be able to break through the formation that Dean Mu and I left behind in a short period of time. I never expected that it would be like this. Forget it. It's difficult for me to interfere in the matters of Kuraki Academy now. All of you, good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually became ethereal. Everyone hurriedly bowed deeply when they witnessed this scene. Farewell, Dean Gu. It didn't take long for Gu Qianchen's afterimage to vanish completely. The other 2 vice deans, the instructors, and the elders gazed at Li Xiu. Li Xiu laughed bitterly. From this moment onward, I'll go meditate on the cliff of reflection. Once the dean emerges from his closed-door cultivation, I'll be at his disposal. As he spoke, he looked at a white-haired old man not far away. Brother Emo-song, I'll leave everything in the academy to you for the time being. Emo-song was the other vice dean of Kuraki Academy. Emo-song sighed in a low voice. This time, you really didn't handle this well. Forget it, there's no point in saying anything now. Go reflect on the cliff of reflection and wait for the dean to come out. Wait! Right at this moment, another black-robed old man suddenly stood out. He was the other vice dean of Kuraki Academy, Ku Mu. The others in the surroundings gazed at Ku Mu when they heard him. Ku Mu said coldly, he's just a pretty good monster. Him not being able to join our Kuraki Academy is his loss, not ours. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but that person doesn't have the qualifications for us to punish a vice principal. Everyone fell silent. Ku Mu continued, if my Kuraki Academy were to punish Li Xiu, then wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the world? Moreover, although he's not bad, he doesn't have the qualifications to make my Kuraki Academy sacrifice a vice dean. Send the order that Yi Xian is trash that my Kuraki Academy doesn't want. We want the world to know that no matter how monstrous a genius he is, he's still trash before our Kuraki Academy. The elders and instructors of Kuraki Academy exchanged glances. Some were hesitant, but some immediately expressed their agreement. Ku Mu continued. Since the establishment of Dean Gu, when has our Kuraki Academy ever lowered our heads to anyone? We didn't in the past, and we won't in the future. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings. Students of Kuraki Academy, remember that Yi Xian has joined Kuraki Academy. Next year, I want all of you to hang his head on the Xiao Dao. Our Kuraki Academy wants the world to know that not joining our Kuraki Academy is the greatest loss Yi Xian has ever suffered in his lifetime. Countless students of Kuraki Academy bowed and spoke in unison. We'll definitely hang Yixian's head on the Xiaodao. Kumu nodded lightly when he heard this, and the other elders including Li Xiu and the others nodded successively as well. Soon, the news that Yixian had joined Karaki Academy spread throughout the capital. Someone that Karaki Academy didn't want had been picked up by Karaki Academy. Yixian's name spread throughout the capital. Of course, it wasn't a good reputation, but a joke. Not only had Yixian become a joke, but even Karaki Academy had become a joke. Karaki Academy has come to pick up the students that Karaki Academy doesn't want. This sentence was spreading throughout the entire imperial capital. Karaki Academy's fame and popularity once again reached its peak. On a remote mountain path, Yixian carried Yi Ling on his back, and followed closely behind an old man not far away from him. The old man would take a few gulps of wine from his gourd every few steps. "Brother, my body feels warm. Comfortable." "Yes, that's good. Brother, promise me that you won't kneel down for me in the future, okay?" Yixian fell silent. Yi Ling tightly wrapped her arms around Yixian's neck. "Brother, I'd rather die than have you kneel down for others. I'd rather kneel down for the world than have you die. Brother, in the next life, I'll still be your little sister, okay? No, in the next life, the next life, the next life." A quarter of an hour later, the old man in the distance stopped. Yixian also stopped. Not far away from the three of them were two small mountains. They weren't very tall, only a few hundred meters tall. Compared to Karaki Academy's Tsang Mountain, they were pitifully small. In between the two small mountain peaks, there was a small path. Beside the small path, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was surrounded by overgrown weeds, and on top of the stone tablet, there were 4 big black words. Songlan Academy. These 4 words were somewhat desolate. Under the old man's guidance, Yixian carried his little sister through the Xiaodao. At the end of the Xiaodao was another mountain, but it wasn't very tall. It was only slightly taller than the 2 mountains behind them. At the top of this mountain, some buildings could be vaguely seen. The old man walked forward slowly, while Yixian carried his little sister and followed. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, "I can't remember how many years it has been. You're the first person who was willing to join Karaki Academy." Behind the old man, Yixian was slightly stunned. In an instant he said in astonishment, "Senior, may I ask how many students are there in Karaki Academy?" "Including you two." The old man didn't even turn his head. Yixian was stunned in place. After a while, he hurriedly carried his little sister to the old man's side. "Senior, are you sure you're not joking?" The old man glanced at Yixian. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" "No," Yixian gulped. Karaki Academy, including me, really only has 2 students?" The old man nodded. Seeing that the old man didn't seem to be joking, Yixian smiled bitterly. "Senior, 2 people. This." He was already somewhat speechless. The old man lightly patted Yixian's shoulder. "Don't worry, I've already recruited." "Oh no, I've already recruited 2 more people. They'll be arriving soon. At that time, Karaki Academy will have 4 people." After saying that, he walked towards the distant mountain peak. Yixian was stunned in place. On Yixian's back, Yiling glanced at the old man in the distance and said softly, "Brother, it seems like you've been tricked." Yixian shook his head and smiled. "He saved you. For this, brother is willing to jump into any trap." After saying that, he carried Yiling on his back and hurriedly followed. Soon, under the old man's lead, the 3 of them arrived at the mountain peak. At the mountain peak, there was only a dilapidated hall and a dozen or so houses. The paint on the outside of the hall had almost peeled off, and there were even a few large cracks on the walls. Not only that, the hall only had 1 door, and at a glance, there were weeds everywhere. Yixian turned to look at the old man. The old man said, "Karaki Hall is where we usually discuss matters and entertain guests. However, it's been many years since it's been used for such matters. And it's a little abandoned. Clean it up later." "Yixian." The old man pointed to the back of the hall. "The houses over there are all empty. You can find anyone to stay in. I'm a little tired, so I'll go rest first." After saying that, the old man disappeared without looking back. In the same place, Yixian carried Yi Ling on his back and looked at the dilapidated hall in front of him, speechless for a long time. He knew that Karaki Academy might not be that good, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. No, it's not just bad, it's practically going to close down. An old man of unknown identity and 2 students. Is this AF** King Academy? It's probably an orphanage. After a long time, Yixian sighed softly. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly jumped down from his back and pulled Yixian's hand. Brother, go choose our rooms. I'll clean this hall. Yixian was a little hesitant. Yi Ling jumped on the spot and giggled. It's not cold anymore. Brother, go quickly, I'll be fine. Seeing that Yi Ling didn't seem to be lying, Yixian nodded. He gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. Take your time. Brother will go pick 2 rooms and find something to eat. Then I'll help you. Yi Ling nodded obediently. Yixian smiled and turned to leave. As for Yi Ling, he entered the hall and found a broom to start sweeping. About 100 feet behind the main hall, there were buildings scattered all over the place. From the outside, these buildings must have been very glorious in the past, but now, they were simply unsightly, especially the house in front of him. Half of the roof had disappeared. Yixian shook his head and walked through the xiaodao that was already covered with weeds. Suddenly, he stopped because not far from his right, there was a decent courtyard. This courtyard wasn't as dilapidated as the courtyards in front of him, and there were some flowers and plants around it. It looked very good. Yixian was delighted. I can let my sister live here. After saying that, he walked over quickly. Soon, he pushed the door open and entered. The moment he pushed the door open, he was stunned. Not far in front of him, there was a pool. At this moment, in the pool, a woman was leaning against the wall of the pool. Her legs were stretched out in a shape. The water was very clear, so clear that he could see everything at the bottom of the pool. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the woman was naked. The woman just looked at Yixian calmly. Yixian was stunned and then turned around. At this moment, he felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. Then, a blade as thin as a cicada's wing was placed on his neck. Yixian's expression changed slightly. He quickly raised his hands. I only like men. P.S. New writing is very slow and very serious. Therefore, it's impossible to write a lot in a day. If I write too much, it must be nonsense. Therefore, many people ask me to add more chapters. This concubine can't do that. The only thing I can do is to update steadily and add chapters from time to time. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 39. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Yixian's expression was grave, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The strength of the woman behind him had exceeded his expectations. If he had not turned around just now, he might have been able to fight against her. However, because he had turned around, he had lost the initiative and was now in a dilemma. After a moment of silence, the knife on his neck suddenly disappeared. Yixian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Yixian did not leave. He turned around and saw that the woman had already put on her clothes. The woman was wearing a long black dress with mountains and rivers painted on it. She had a slender figure, and a black sash was tied around her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Her eyes were like water, but they carried a faint coldness, as if they could see through everything. So beautiful. That was Yixian's first impression and feeling. When he thought of some of the scenes from before, Yixian immediately felt a little hot. Although he, Yixian, had never been close to a woman, it did not mean that he was not a man. He had everything that a normal man should have. The woman slowly walked in front of Yixian. She just looked at Yixian, causing Yixian's scalp to go numb. Yixian and the woman looked at each other, and in his eyes, there was only disgust. It was as if looking at a woman's body was a very shameful thing. The Jiang country was not very open-minded, and women were very concerned about their innocence. Yixian also knew this. The reason why he was like this was naturally because he wanted to avoid trouble. Moreover, this matter was mainly because he was in the wrong. However, he also felt very wronged. Only the heavens knew that there were other people here. And this woman was bathing in broad daylight. However, she was really beautiful. If he could look at her a few more times, he would not mind. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he was shocked. Did he want to look at her a few more times? At this moment, the woman suddenly spoke. Who are you? Her voice was cold, and there was a trace of killing intent in her eyes. Yixian hurriedly collected his thoughts and said, Yixian, new student. After saying this, he took a few steps back. It did not seem like he was trying to escape, but rather to get away from the woman. Moreover, there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Noticing Yixian's actions, the woman frowned. Am I that unsightly? Yixian glanced at the woman and didn't say anything. However, he took 2 steps back. This was enough to explain everything. The woman sized up Yixian and shook her head. You're a handsome man, but you're gay. How do men get along with men? Yixian was speechless. Seeing that Yixian did not answer, the woman did not pursue the matter. She looked at Yixian with pity, then turned around and walked to her room. Seeing that the woman had left, Yixian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was over. Yixian hurriedly left the courtyard and found 2 rooms at the side. After cleaning the rooms, he went to the back mountain for a stroll. When he returned, he already had some game in his hands. Surviving in the wild was something that Yixian was very good at, because he had once relied on hunting game to support himself and his sister. Yixian arrived at Kanglim Palace. At this moment, Yiling had already cleaned up the palace. Seeing Yixian, Yiling hurriedly ran to Yixian and smiled sweetly. Brother. Yixian gently rubbed Yiling's little head. Tired? Yiling shook her head. Not tired. Yixian smiled. Clean up the tables at the side. Brother will go cook. Hearing this, Yiling's eyes lit up with anticipation. Cook. She loved eating Yixian's cooking the most, and it could be said that even the chefs of the Yi family couldn't compare to Yixian's cooking. An hour later, in Kanglim Palace, Yixian and his sister Yiling sat before a large shabby table. There were 4 or 5 appetizers on the table, and their fragrance assailed their nostrils. The siblings looked at each other and smiled. Just as they were about to pick up their chopsticks, a figure walked over from the side. It was the old man. The old man's entire body emitted an unpleasant smell of alcohol. His clothes seemed as if they hadn't been washed for many years, and his original appearance was unrecognizable. The old man didn't stand on ceremony and sat at the head of the table. He was just about to pick up his chopsticks when another person walked over from the side. Yixian's eyelids twitched when he saw who it was. It was the woman he'd met earlier. The woman sat on the old man's left. She glanced at the dishes on the table, and then looked at Yixian. Did you cook for me? Yixian. Yiling blinked. She glanced at Yixian, and then at the woman. The woman didn't say anything else. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a small piece of mushroom. After a while she nodded. Not bad. Hearing this, the old man picked up a piece of mushroom and put it in his mouth. After chewing, he glanced at Yixian and nodded. All right. From now on, Kanglim Academy's meals will be yours. The corner of Yixian's mouth twitched. He wanted to beat someone up. At this moment, Yiling suddenly tilted her head and looked at the old man. But my brother is a student. The old man glanced at Yiling. Cooking is also a form of cultivation. Yiling. Yixian couldn't stand it anymore. Senior. Dean. The old man turned to look at Yixian. Call me Dean, Dean Ji. Yixian nodded. Dean Ji, for such a big academy, shouldn't we hire a few handymen? The old man asked in return. Are you paying? Yixian was stunned for a while before saying, shouldn't you be paying? Dean Ji shook his head. I don't have money. I can't even afford to drink. Yixian. The woman didn't say anything. She just ate. She kept on eating. The speed at which she ate made Yixian and his sister dumbfounded. That speed was really abnormally fast. It was as if she hadn't eaten for more than 10 days. After a while, all the dishes on the table were swept clean. The woman licked her chopsticks. Then she turned to look at Yixian. Is there anything else? Yixian. Yiling put down her chopsticks. Then she said, there's still something left. I'll go wash it. After saying that, she turned and ran to the back of the hall. Yixian asked in a low voice, "Is it safe here?" Old Man Ji nodded. Yes. Yixian hesitated. Then he asked again, "Dean Ji, since it's an academy, there's naturally a place to learn." No. Old Man Ji answered directly. Self-study. Yixian. Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, the woman suddenly said. She was still licking her chopsticks. Old Man Ji looked at Yixian. There's a martial arts hall in the back mountain. There are some martial arts notes left by former students. As for martial arts techniques, if you're lucky, you might be able to find one or two. Sigh. Yixian sighed in a low voice. I'll go cook. After saying that, he turned and left. Next to the table, only the woman and the old man were left. The woman put down her chopsticks. Where did you find it? Old Man Ji took a sip of wine and said, I picked it up at Kuraki Academy. The woman was silent for a moment. Then she asked again, why him? The old man said, he has potential. The woman said indifferently, I alone am enough. The old man's hand trembled slightly. After a moment, he picked up the wine gourd and took a sip. Then he said softly, Anji, you're carrying too much. The woman said indifferently, this is my life and also my responsibility. After saying that, she turned to look outside the hall. Although they're dead, their souls are imprisoned in their bodies. As long as they're not brought back, they won't be able to rest in peace. And big brother, second brother, father. The old man slowly closed his eyes. You're the only bloodline of the Ji family. The woman chuckled. Then I'm even more duty-bound. The old man shook his head. Those two in the country of Jiang, probably only in Lanxiao can suppress them. The woman stood up. Where there's a will, there's a will. After saying that, she walked into the distance. When she reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly stopped and said with a smile, the worst outcome is just another corpse of Tsang Mountain Xiao Dao. After saying that, she disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, only the sound of the old man drinking wine could be heard. At night, after Yi Ling fell asleep, Yi Xian entered the World Prison Pagoda. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and asked, Senior, am I a great swordsman? Yes. The mysterious woman answered. Why? Yi Xian was a little puzzled because he still hadn't been able to release sword light. The mysterious woman said, what you're lacking now is only the realm. As long as you reach the qi-resisting realm and condense the qi in your body, with your current body foundation and your attainments in the sword, you can use sword qi at any time. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, then my battle intent. Do you know martial arts? The mysterious woman asked. Yi Xian shook his head. The mysterious woman said, your current situation is that you've comprehended battle intent in advance, but you haven't gone through the process of martial arts, so you're not a martial arts grandmaster at all. Moreover, to become a real martial arts grandmaster, you still need to materialize battle intent. The current you doesn't have that ability yet. What you need to do now is to accumulate the basic knowledge of martial arts. Of course, you can't slack off on your swordsmanship. Also, you can start looking for swords. Spiritual swords. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Where was he going to look for spiritual swords? He couldn't afford it. This was a big problem. After a while, Yi Xian began to cultivate. Apart from practicing his swordsmanship, he also practiced his fists and kicks. The only martial technique he knew was the collapsing fist. After adding the battle will, he discovered that the power of the collapsing fist had undergone a qualitative change. If he added battle intent, the collapsing fist would be at least lower mystic level. At this moment, he truly realized how terrifying battle intent was, and if he comprehended sword intent, then the might of the deciding life and death sword would probably be even more terrifying. The night passed, and Yi Xian suddenly rushed down the mountain at dawn the next day, because old man Ji told him that a woman surnamed and was looking for him. In next to no time, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Yi Xian saw a woman in white clothes that were spotless. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Enlanxiao. Yi Xian walked over to Enlanxiao and smiled. Missin. Enlanxiao nodded, and was about to speak when a sloppy man walked over from nearby. The man carried a black iron rod on his back, and he walked unsteadily. When the man saw Enlancio, his eyes instantly lit up. Beautiful a beauty! Yixian suddenly stood in front of Enlancio and glanced at the man. I'm pretty handsome too. You can watch for free. Chapter 40. Enlancio, who stood behind Yixian, glanced at Yixian and didn't speak. On the other hand, the man who stood before Yixian sized up Yixian and said, Kid, it looks to me like you're asking for a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly smashed his iron rod towards Yixian. Yixian clenched his right fist tightly, and battle intent condensed on his fist. He punched. Hiss. The sound of an explosion suddenly rang out. Bang. Along with this explosion, the man was pushed over 10 m back along with his iron rod, and his pitch-black iron rod was trembling violently. On the other hand, Yixian had moved over 3 m back as well, and his right hand was trembling slightly. The man who stood before Yixian glanced at his iron rod, and then he gazed at Yixian. You have some ability. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly tossed his iron rod towards Yixian. Hiss. A sharp whistle resounded through the air. Yixian's face was emotionless. When the iron rod arrived before him, he suddenly smashed his right fist forward. It was just a simple punch. Fist crush. A single punch could shatter metal and shatter rocks. Bang. The iron rod shook violently and was blasted flying back. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yixian, and in the blink of an eye, a strand of cold light shot towards Yixian's throat. Danger. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was his first feeling, and he didn't dare conceal it any longer. He twisted his right hand lightly. A low and heavy sword howl resounded, and in the blink of an eye, bang! A silhouette was forced to retreat over 100 feet. It was that man. After the man stopped moving, he gazed at Yixian with astonishment. Swordsman. You're actually a swordsman. Yixian glanced at the man. Do you still want to fight me? The man chuckled. Yes, of course. When have I, Mo Yunqi, ever feared anyone in my lifetime? Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a cold light flashed. The man called Mo Yunqi's expression changed greatly. You didn't even say anything before starting the fight. As he spoke, he swung the iron rod in his hand upwards. Hard, hard, hard. Bang. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Mo Yunqi's entire body was pushed back a distance of over 100 feet. This time Yixian didn't attack again. Instead, he retreated to Enlancio's side and glanced at her. I forgot myself. Enlan smiled without saying a word. Yixian's expression was rather unnatural, or rather, slightly embarrassed. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked towards the nearby Mo Yunqi and said, Let's continue fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. Mo Yunqi. Enlancio glanced at the distant Yixian. It was unknown what she was thinking. After around 10 minutes passed, a voice suddenly resounded. That's enough. It was Old Man Ji's voice. As soon as this voice resounded, Old Man Ji appeared not too far away from Enlancio. He nodded slightly to her, and then he gazed at Yixian and Mo Yunqi. However, they didn't stop. Old Man Ji suddenly gazed at Enlancio. Guoshuren, do you really care about him? Of course he was referring to Yixian. Enlancio lightly combed her hair behind her ear. Yes. Old Man Ji's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Guoshuren, do you know what you're talking about? Enlancio chuckled lightly. Just because he dared to stand before a few thousand troops of the Tang Empire, he's qualified to be my friend. Of course, we're friends now. Friend. Old Man Ji sighed lightly. In the entire kingdom of Jiang, there were probably less than a handful of people who were qualified to be friends with this little girl. Bang. Meanwhile, an explosion suddenly resounded from afar. And then Mo Yunqi was blasted over 30 m away. Yixian didn't attack again, and he retreated to Enlancio's side instead. Mo Yunqi glanced at Yixian and Enlancio, and he didn't attack as well. Old Man Ji glanced at Mo Yunqi. Both of you are students of Tsonglan Academy from now on. Both Yixian and Mo Yunqi were stunned. Students of Tsonglan Academy? Mo Yunqi pointed at Yi Xian. He's a student of Zhonglan Academy as well? Old man Ji spoke indifferently. What? Is there a problem? Mo Yunqi glanced at Old man Ji. Old man, how many students are there in our Zhonglan Academy? Old man Ji said. There's a total of 3 including you. However, there's another one coming soon. By then there'll be 4. 4. Mo Yunqi was dumbstruck, and he turned around and left quite some time later. I'm going to Kuraki Academy. Old man Ji glanced at Mo Yunqi. Do you not want the second half of sweeping staff technique? In the distance, Mo Yunqi stopped, and he turned around to look at Old man Ji. Old man, great-grandpa won academy for students. Are you sure this academy has a future? Old man Ji said indifferently. You've already signed the application form for Zhonglan Academy. Even if you go to Kuraki Academy now, they won't want you. Hearing this, Mo Yunqi pointed at Old man Ji angrily. Old man, you're tricking me. Old man Ji shrugged. I didn't force you back then. You were the one who begged me to let you join Zhonglan Academy. Hearing this, Mo Yunqi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You still have the nerve to say that? You said that Zhonglan Academy is about the same as Kuraki Academy. It's about the same. Old man Ji said. They're both in the imperial capital, they're both academies. Is there a problem? Mo Yunqi was so angry that he almost breathed his last. This is what you call about the same? This is the difference between heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't win, he probably would have fought. At this moment, Old man Ji flicked his finger, and a black scroll fell in front of Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi glanced at it, and in the next moment his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly put the scroll away. Old man Ji pointed at the top of the mountain. Mo Yunqi was a little conflicted, and he glanced at the scroll in his hand. In the end he sighed deeply, and then walked towards the top of the mountain reluctantly. However, when he passed by Yi Xian and Enlanxiu, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Let's fight after I finish practicing this second half. Yi Xian shrugged. Anytime. Fight. He liked it too. Not far away, Old man Ji suddenly said. Kid, this is the imperial capital, you'd better keep a low profile. Mo Yunqi snorted coldly. Low profile? Old man, I'm so outstanding. Do I need to keep a low profile? I'm not boasting, but in the entire imperial capital, is there anyone more outstanding than me? When he spoke up to hear, he glanced at the sky and spoke heroically. Isn't the #1 genius of our Jiang kingdom that Enlanxiu? That was in the past. Now that I, Mo Yunqi, have risen, Enlanxiu is nothing. Just you wait, I'll beat her until she cries. Yi Xian had a rather strange expression on his face. Old man Ji shook his head. It's the first time I've seen someone court death like this. Mo Yunqi was just about to speak when a white afterimage suddenly appeared behind him. Mo Yunqi's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly turned around before smashing the iron rod in his hand down. Bang! Along with an explosion, Mo Yunqi's figure was blasted flying. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently, and then a strange scene appeared. A figure was smashing the ground incessantly while howling incessantly. Just like that, this continued for an entire 15 minutes before the figure finally stopped. It was Mo Yunqi. At this moment, Mo Yunqi was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, and his entire face was swollen like a pig's head. Enlanxiu gazed at Yi Xian. Accompany me for a walk? Brother Yi grinned. All right. The two of them walked side by side towards the nearby Xiaodao. Mo Yunqi roared furiously from behind them. Just you wait. Just you wait. If I don't avenge her, then She's Enlanxiu. Old man Ji had suddenly appeared by Mo Yunqi's side. Mo Yunqi's voice stopped abruptly, and then his head tilted to the side in the blink of an eye. Old man Ji kicked Mo Yunqi. Don't play dead. Get up and continue roaring. What's Enlanxiu? Beat her until she cries. Mo Yunqi didn't move at all. Old man Ji didn't say anything else. He just pulled Mo Yunqi's leg up, and then he dragged Mo Yunqi up the mountain. On a certain Xiaodao, Yi Xian and Enlanxiu were walking side by side. Enlanxiu spoke in a light voice. I never expected that you would join Zhonglan Academy. Yi Xian fell silent. He also didn't expect that he would join Songlan Academy by a freak combination of factors. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. And Lanxiu suddenly stopped. I'm leaving the state of Jiang. I'm here to bid farewell today. Leave the state of Jiang. Yi Xian turned to look at Lanxiu. Lanxiu looked straight at Yi Xian. I'm worried about you. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't understand. Lanxiu took a step forward. At this moment, she was very close to Yi Xian. Yi Xian could already clearly smell the faint fragrance from Lanxiu's body. Lanxiu looked straight at Yi Xian. Everyone has underestimated you. I might even have underestimated you. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, nor do I know what your true trump card is. However, you make me feel a trace of danger. Saying that, she shook her head and smiled. In the entire state of Jiang, there are very few people who can make me feel a sense of danger. Moreover, this kind of danger is not the kind of danger under normal circumstances. Yi Xian fell silent. Lanxiu continued to walk forward while Yi Xian followed slowly. After a while, Lanxiu said softly, after I leave, there might not be anyone in the state of Jiang who can truly suppress you in the future. Moreover, your character is too impulsive and straightforward. I'm afraid that one day, the imperial capital will fall into chaos because of you. Saying that, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Promise me one thing. After I leave, if it's within your ability, take care of the state of Jiang. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. You might be thinking too highly of me. Lanxiu smiled lightly. You still haven't answered me. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I promise you that in the future, I will do my best to help the state of Jiang. Do you know what I like about you? Lanxiu suddenly asked. Like me? Yi Xian was stunned, and his mind went blank. Lanxiu was also slightly stunned. She knew that she seemed to have misspoken. However, she didn't explain anything and only smiled before continuing to walk into the distance. Yi Xian was in a daze for a moment. Then he followed her slowly. For a time, the two of them didn't speak and just walked like that. After a while, Lanxiu stopped and took out a black jade pendant and handed it to Yi Xian. This is? Yi Xian was puzzled. Lanxiu said softly. In the north of the state of Jiang, which is also the location of Two World City, the forces on the mountain discovered a ruin left behind by a Swordmaster. They've almost developed it, and they'll be able to enter it in a month at most. This is a certificate of qualification given to me by the higher-ups. With this jade pendant, I'm qualified to enter the ruin. To me, entering it doesn't have any special meaning. You're a swordsman, so it should be of great help to you. Moreover, that place is located in a volcanic area, and there might be something extremely hot underground. If you can obtain it, it should be of great help to your sister. However, you have to be careful. Besides the top 1 or 2 people from the state of Jiang, there will be some top geniuses from other countries going there as well. You can't underestimate them. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before he accepted the jade pendant. Lanxiu smiled lightly. Farewell. She walked into the distance after she finished speaking. Will we meet again? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Lanxiu stopped. My footsteps might be very fast. Yi Xian grinned. I'll surpass you. Lanxiu turned to glance at Yi Xian and smiled. Good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and disappeared at the end of the Xiao Dao. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful figure in the distance for a long time before he returned to his senses. He flipped his left palm, and in it was the other jade pendant Lanxiu gave him. 2 jade pendants. Looking at the 2 jade pendants, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. This smile was a little silly. Since he was young, he and his sister depended on each other for survival. There were very few people who treated him well. Even if there were people who treated him well, they were mostly using him. But Lanxiu was different. Yi Xian would never forget someone who treated him well for the rest of his life. A moment later, Yi Xian tightly grasped the 2 jade pendants, turned around and walked up the mountain. He kept smiling, a silly smile. P.S. Friends who haven't collected this book, please add it to your bookshelf. Thank you very much to some friends who went to other book review sections to promote this book, and pulled in many readers for this book. Thank you. Also, thank you very much to the readers who have been tipping these 2 days. Touched. Thank you very much. Love you all. Chapter 41. Love. Yixian didn't know what love was, and he'd never loved in the past. All he knew was that he really liked being with Lanxiao. As for anything else, he'd never thought about it. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly stopped moving because an old man was standing not too far away from him. It was Elderling who'd followed Lanxiao earlier. Yixian glanced at the old man, but didn't say anything. Elderling sized up Yixian, and then he said in a low voice, "Old man Ling Xiao, one of the young Miss servants." "Missin?" asked Yixian. Elderling nodded. Yixian nodded slightly. "Is something the matter, senior?" Elderling said in a low voice, "Young Master Yi, what I'm about to say might offend you in any way. I hope you can forgive me." Yixian nodded. "Go ahead." Elderling said, "Even though the young miss is from the state of Jiang, you should be able to tell that her background isn't simple. To put it bluntly, the people she meets in the state of Jiang might only be able to look up to her in the future, and they might not even have the qualifications to look up to her. Do you understand what I mean?" Yixian nodded. "You're trying to tell me not to get close to her, right?" Elderling nodded. "I presume young Master Yi is extraordinary since the young miss thinks so highly of him. However, the young miss isn't just an incomparably monstrous genius. The power behind her is something that young Master Yi can't even imagine. If young Master Yi has any other thoughts about the young miss, then forgive me for being blunt, but young Master Yi might live a very, very tiring life, or even very, very miserable life, and the young miss might be implicated because of you." Yixian fell silent. Elderling glanced at Yixian. "Young Master Yi, please think about what I'm saying. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly split open, and in the next moment, Elderling entered the spatial rift and vanished. Splitting open space. Only those who had reached the Nether Passage realm were capable of such a feat. Above the Qi-resisting realm was the Ascending realm, and above the Ascending realm was the Nether Passage realm. The other party was several realms higher than him, and this Nether Passage realm expert was just a servant. The other party was purposely displaying his strength in front of him. His intentions were very clear. After a moment of silence, Yixian slowly walked up the mountain. "Feeling pressured?" the mysterious woman suddenly asked. Yixian nodded. The mysterious woman continued, "The fire spirit within your younger sister can only last for a month at most. If you can't find a replacement in a month, then she'll be in great danger. Apart from that, the guy imprisoned on the second floor should be waking up soon. Once it awakens and you haven't found the Tao Law, you'll definitely die. If you die, your sister's fate might be even worse." Yixian took a deep breath. "I want to cultivate. I want to become stronger." With that, he quickened his pace. Becoming stronger was for his sister, for himself, for survival, and for the sake of pursuing what he wanted to pursue. It was like how people in the secular world couldn't talk about love without money. How could they talk about living comfortably? Many relationships were built on the foundation of money. Even though it wasn't absolute, most relationships were like that. In next to no time, Yixian returned to the storm hall, and his expression instantly changed when he arrived before it. In the distance, Yiling sat on the ground and cried incessantly. Mo Yunqi, who had a bloody nose and swollen face, was by Yiling's side. At this moment, Mo Yunqi was gesturing to Yiling while Yiling cried even more fiercely. Yixian's expression instantly turned ferocious when he saw this. "How dare you bully my sister?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sword silently condensed in his palm. In the next moment, a powerful pressure accompanied by a faint glow of the sword swept out from his body, and the weeds in front of him were instantly slashed apart by this imposing aura and glow of the sword. One sword to decide life and death. Mo Yunqi was dumbfounded when he saw Yixian suddenly going berserk. He was about to speak, but Yixian had already rushed towards him with the sword in hand. Mo Yunqi was horrified when he sensed the power of Yixian's sword. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he hurriedly leaped over the wall to escape. However, as soon as he leaped over the wall, it was directly turned into powder. F***ck. Mo Yunqi's face twitched when he saw the wall behind him turn into powder. He hurriedly sped up and ran into the distance. Behind him, Yixian madly chased after him. Everywhere Yixian passed, there was a mess. In the main hall, seeing Yixian and Mo Yunqi disappear not far away, Yiling was stunned, and then she hurriedly ran over. When she ran outside the wall, Yixian and Mo Yunqi had already disappeared into the distance. She could only vaguely hear Mo Yunqi's panicked voice. "Big brother. I didn't bully your sister, calm down." However, Mo Yunqi's voice was soon drowned out by the sound of the sword. Yiling was stunned. What if Big Brother hurts himself? After saying that, she hurriedly ran to Old Man Ji's courtyard. In the courtyard, Old Man Ji was lying on a recliner, with a wine gourd in his mouth, sleeping soundly. Yiling hugged Old Man Ji's arm and shook it vigorously, saying anxiously, "Grandpa Ji, Big Brother is fighting with that guy. Quickly go and take a look." Old Man Ji did not move at all. He was drunk like a puddle of mud. Yiling had no choice but to run to Jianji's courtyard. Jianji glanced at Yiling, and Yiling's face was full of anxiety. "Big sister Ji, Big Brother is fighting with that person. Do you want to persuade him? I'm afraid Big Brother will hurt himself." Jianji walked in front of Yiling. "Do you know how to cook?" Yiling nodded subconsciously. Jianji said, "I'm hungry." Yiling. Behind the Kanglin Palace, other than a large number of abandoned buildings, there was a mountain range. At this moment, two figures were running wildly in a dense forest in this mountain range. The one in the lead was Mo Yunqi. Above his feet, there were two whirlwinds. With the support of these two whirlwinds, his speed was like a gust of wind, extremely fast. And behind him, there was Yixian holding the Ling Xiao sword in his hand. At this moment, Yixian's body was filled with a ruthless aura. Everywhere he passed, the flowers, plants, and trees were basically cut down. After running for about an hour, Mo Yunqi chose to fight with Yixian head-on. However, when Yixian used one sword decides life and death, he decisively chose to escape. This was because his iron rod, before it could even get close to Yixian's sword, it was directly cut into pieces by Yixian's Ling Xiao sword light. It was directly cut into pieces. He could not fight. Mo Yunqi ran madly into the depths of the forest, and behind him, Yixian chased closely. Just like that, one person ran, the other chased from night to dawn. At dawn, Missouri Yunqi ran back to the front of the Kanglin Palace. As soon as he stopped, Yixian appeared behind him. Yixian was about to make a move, but Yiling, who had been waiting in front of the stone steps all night, hurriedly ran over and hugged Yixian. Brother, are you okay? He didn't hurt you, right?" Not far away, Mo Yunqi, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath, heard Yiling's words, and he was so angry that he almost breathed his last. At this moment when he saw Yiling, Yixian also became slightly more normal. He gently rubbed Yiling's little head. Are you okay?" Yiling hurriedly shook his head. "I'm fine." Yixian glanced at Mo Yunqi, who was lying on the ground not far away. The latter's expression changed greatly, and he was extremely vigilant. You don't mess around. I didn't bully your sister. You ask her yourself." Yixian withdrew his gaze, and he looked at Yiling. What happened before? Yiling slightly lowered her head, and did not speak. "What happened?" Yixian asked softly. Yiling softly said, "I just remembered the time when I was with brother in the Yi family. At that time, brother picked up a bun, and he could not bear to eat it, so he gave it to me. Because of this, brother almost starved to death. As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Yixian gently hugged Yiling. "Silly girl, the past is the past. Brother will definitely not let you suffer in the future." Yiling hugged Yixian tightly. "Brother can't suffer too much, okay?" Yixian grinned. "Okay, let's try our best to live a good life in the future, okay?" Yiling raised her head, looked at Yixian, and smiled through her tears. "Okay." Soon Yiling fell asleep in Yixian's arms. After Yixian carried Yiling back to the room, he came to the front of the Kanglin Palace, and sat not far away from Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi had a vigilant look on his face. Yixian took out a wine gourd, and threw it to Mo Yunqi. Sorry. Mo Yunqi glanced at Yi Xian, picked up the wine gourd, and took a big gulp, and then said, "What's the name of the sword technique you used just now?" "One sword to decide life and death," Yi Xian replied. Mo Yunqi nodded. "Very strong, I couldn't block it." Yi Xian glanced at Mo Yunqi. "There were 2 whirlwinds under your feet. Was that a martial technique?" Mo Yunqi nodded. 10,000 miles wind chasing technique, mystic lower grade. As he spoke, he laid down on the stone steps. "If it wasn't for this martial technique, I would have been killed by your sword just now." Yi Xian also laid down on the stone steps. He held his head with both hands, and looked at the distant horizon. "Sorry." Mo Yunqi shook his head. "It's also my fault. I saw your sister crying, so I teased her, and said that you were beaten up by me. So she cried even harder." Yi Xian. At this moment, at the end of their sight, a bald man was walking towards them. The man was about 18 or 19 years old, bald, and extremely burly. He was bigger than Mo Yunqi and Yi Xian, and he didn't wear any clothes on his upper body, and his muscles were bulging, looking quite terrifying. There were some bones hanging on the man's neck, and some of the bones were still stained with blood. Mo Yunqi said softly, "This guy should be our other student." As he spoke, he turned to look at Yi Xian. "Beat him up?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "You first?" Mo Yunqi shrugged. "Let's go." As he spoke, he tapped his right foot lightly, and his whole body directly floated out, extremely elegant and extremely fast. This speed made Yi Xian feel ashamed of his inferiority. Very quickly, Mo Yunqi appeared in front of the bald man, and he directly swept his foot towards the bald man's shoulder. The bald man didn't dodge, nor did he dodge. Bang! As a muffled sound rang out, Mo Yunqi was directly pushed back several feet, and his right foot was unceasingly trembling, while the bald man didn't move at all. The bald man looked at Mo Yunqi with an unfriendly expression. Mo Yunqi's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Yi Xian, who was not far away. "Let's go together." Yi Xian walked in front of the bald man, and the bald man was somewhat on guard, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly cupped his fists. "Songlan Academy, welcome." Mo Yunqi looked at Yi Xian in shock. "You?" The bald man cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. "Thank you." As he spoke, he turned to look at Mo Yunqi, who was not far away. Mo Yunqi smiled awkwardly. "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding." The bald man suddenly rushed towards Mo Yunqi, and Mo Yunqi's expression changed greatly, and he turned to run. "Yi Xian, you bastard, you sold me out." Chapter 42. Soon, Mo Yunqi's wails could be heard from the mountain. Noon, inside the Azure Wave Palace. Old Man Ji sat at the head of the table. He drank wine from time to time and was still drunk. On his left was Jianji, who held a pair of chopsticks and slowly licked them. On Old Man Ji's right was the bald man. The bald man held a string of iron beads in his hand. The iron beads were very smooth and shone with a faint light. Obviously, they were not made of ordinary materials. Below the bald man was Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi looked really miserable. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. There were many footprints on his body, and the bald man sitting not far from him looked at him from time to time with an unfriendly expression. At this moment, a fragrant smell wafted over. Old Man Ji opened his eyes. Jianji immediately sat up straight, and held the long chopsticks in his hand, ready to go. Yi Xian and Yi Ling each carried a plate over. Yi Xian carried a plate of roasted chicken. It was golden yellow and looked very tempting. Yi Ling carried a steamed fish. It looked very appetizing. The siblings had just placed the plate on the table when Old Man Ji and Jianji started eating. The speed was so fast that it shocked the bald man and Mo Yunqi. Not to mention them. Even Yi Xian and Yi Ling were stunned. Old Man Ji was fine, but Jianji's eating speed could be described as a bandit. In less than 10 breaths, the roasted chicken in front of Jianji was only left with the bones, and the fish was only left with the bones. The bald man and Mo Yunqi at the side were dumbfounded, and they had just picked up their chopsticks. Old Man Ji glanced at Jianji. "Be more reserved." Jianji licked his chopsticks and looked at Yi Xian. "Is there more?" "Everyone." After a long time, the Azure Wave Palace quietened down. Everyone sat around the table. There were 7 or 8 plates on the table, all clean. The bald man and Mo Yunqi looked like they had nothing left to live for, because they had only eaten a few mouthfuls. Yi Xian and his sister, Yi Ling, looked at each other and smiled. They were already full when they were in the kitchen. At this time, Old Man Ji suddenly said, "Let me introduce you to the newcomer." As he spoke, he pointed at the bald man. Bai Zai, from Mount Meng in the north. He has a half-demon body. The bald man called Bai Zai stood up and bowed slightly to the crowd. However, he cast an unfriendly glance at Mo Yunqi. The corners of Mo Yunqi's mouth twitched, and he glared fiercely at Yi Xian, who was not far away. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, Old Man Ji pointed at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi comes from Mo town at the border of the extreme south. He has a light and agile physique, and if he cultivates speed-type martial techniques, he will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. He is good at using sticks and throwing knives. Flying daggers. Yi Xian glanced at Mo Yunqi. This guy was hiding something. Mo Yunqi suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. "Old man, tell me about him." Old Man Ji glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, from Qingqing's Yi family. He is a swordsman. Great swordsman. Great swordsman. Jianji and the bald man glanced at Yi Xian, and there was a trace of surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Great swordsman. This was rare in the entire country of Jiang, especially for such a young great swordsman. Yi Xian. At this time, Mo Yunqi suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Xian in shock. "Big brother, you can't be that trash that Karaki Academy doesn't want, right? You're the trash." Yi Ling suddenly glared at Mo Yunqi. "I won't cook for you in the future." At the side, Bai Zai nodded. "Don't let him eat." Mo Yunqi's face twitched. He gently fanned his cheeks and smiled. "Little sister, I misspoke. Don't be angry." He finally understood. In this Songlan Academy, only this pair of siblings knew how to cook. If they didn't cook, he could only eat grass in the future. Yi Ling coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Old Man Ji suddenly said, "He is the Yi Xian from the imperial capital." The Yi Xian from the imperial capital. Under Karaki Academy's deliberate propaganda, Yi Xian's reputation in the imperial capital was very big. Of course, it wasn't a good reputation. Mo Yunqi sized up Yi Xian and shook his head. TSK, Karaki Academy is really awesome. They don't even want someone like you. Since when did Karaki Academy have such high requirements? Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Old Man Ji suddenly said, "In the back mountain, there is a martial arts hall. It used to be a place for Songlan Academy students to study. You can go there and have a look. Maybe you will gain something." "Do you have martial arts?" Mo Yunqi quickly asked. "Cultivation methods are fine too." Old Man Ji shook his head. "Why?" Mo Yunqi was puzzled. Old Man Ji said calmly, "I sold them for wine money. Everyone." Old Man Ji stood up. 1.5 years. There is still 1.5 years until the triennial deathmatch between Songlan Academy and Karaki Academy. I don't want your corpses to be hung on Song Mountain's Xiaodao in 1.5 years. Also, don't go out and wander around. If Karaki Academy students see you, they will definitely beat you up." After saying that, he turned and left. Jianji suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "Go and make something to eat." Yi Xian. An hour later, after Jianji had eaten her fill, she stood up. "Let me give you a friendly reminder. Karaki Academy has 2 peerless geniuses, one male and one female. The male is called Fenju and the female is called Beichen. These 2 are not even 20 years old, but they have already reached the ascendant realm. They might even be half a step into the ethereal opening realm. Let me put it this way. In the entire country of Jiang, there is only one person who can suppress them. You should know who this person is." The few people present naturally knew who this person was. Besides Lanxiu, who else could it be? Jianji said again. "Besides these 2, there are 3 other geniuses under them. The identities of these 3 people are unknown. We only know that each of them has a special ability. Rumor has it that if the 3 of them join forces, They can even fight against Enlancio. At this time, Mo Yunqi raised his right hand and said weakly, Is it too late to quit now? Jianji glanced at Mo Yunqi. It's not too late to commit suicide now. Sigh. Mo Yunqi laid on the table and sighed deeply. I've been screwed over by this geezer. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, since everyone is here, I have something to discuss with all of you. Everyone looked at Yixian. Yixian thought for a moment and said, I looked it up earlier. Our academy lacks a lot of daily necessities. For example, we don't even have normal necessities. There are also some other things like toilet paper. In short, we lack everything. Oh my God! Mo Yunqi howled with grief while his head lay on the table, and he had a helpless expression on his face. Yixian glanced at them. I've decided to go down the mountain to buy some daily necessities. However, I don't have enough money. All of you should contribute some as well. Let's pool our resources together. Everyone was speechless. When he saw Jianji and the others remain silent, Yixian shrugged. It's fine if all of you don't contribute. We'll live our own lives from now on. That's fine, right? The corners of Mo Yunqi and the others' mouths twitched. Live our own lives? Eat grass in the future? A moment later, Beizhe took out a bag and handed it to Yixian. 20 gold coins. Yixian didn't stand on ceremony and kept it. Then he looked at Jianji. The latter just stared at Yixian, causing Yixian's scalp to go numb. A moment later, Yixian waved his hand. All right. You don't need to contribute anymore. Go do what you need to do. Jianji turned around and left without any hesitation. Yixian turned to look at Mo Yunqi. Just like Jianji, Mo Yunqi also looked at him. Just like that. Yixian suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay up. Otherwise eat grass. Mo Yunqi was speechless. An hour later, Yixian brought his sister down the mountain. To their left and right were Mo Yunqi and Beizhe. They had bought quite a lot of things this time. He and his sister Yiling definitely couldn't bring so many things, so he dragged Mo Yunqi and Beizhe along. Along the way, Yiling was lively and very happy. Looking at Yiling, Yixian's eyes were slightly worried, because the fire spirit had temporarily suppressed the coldness in Yiling's body. The fire spirit could last for 2 or 3 months at most. If there was no new replacement after 2 or 3 months. Thinking up to there, he took out the black jade pendant Enlancio had given him. The 2 world mountains, the Swordmaster's dwelling. I have to go myself. Yixian said softly. On Yixian's left, Mo Yunqi had a weed in his mouth, and was humming an unknown tune. He seemed rather sloppy. On Yixian's right, Beizhe walked with his head lowered. He was very silent, or rather, he basically didn't speak at all. At this moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly said, Speaking of which, are the 2 of you confident in a year and a half? Yixian patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder gently. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Mo Yunqi gave Yixian a thumbs up. Big brother, you make it sound so easy. The problem is, can we win? If we can't, we'll be killed and our corpses will be hung on Sung Mountain's Xiao Dao. Yixian spread his hands. You don't want to do it? Then what should we do? Kneel and beg for mercy at Karaki Academy? Mo Yunqi sighed softly. It's all my fault for being blinded by greed and believing old man Ji's words. I was tricked here by him. Sigh, it's all tears. At this point he seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to look at Beizhe. Big guy, how did you get tricked here? Yixian also looked at Beizhe. He really wanted to know how Beizhe got tricked here. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to come here. Beizhe hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Old man Ji said that my bones are amazing, that I'm naturally intelligent, and that I'm a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. He said that the peace of the state of Jiang will depend on me in the future. Yixian and Mo Yunqi were stunned on the spot. After a moment, Mo Yunqi gulped, and then he said, You believe him? Beizhe glanced at Yixian and nodded. I believe him. Yixian. Chapter 43. Hearing Beizhe's words, Yixian shook his head. In this world, there were actually such naive people. Mo Yunqi, on the other hand, looked at Bei Zhe with pity and shook his head. At this moment, Bei Zhe suddenly asked, "Am I not a martial arts prodigy?" Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi looked at each other, and the two of them walked away quickly. Behind them, Bei Zhe touched his bald head and was a little confused. Soon Yi Xian and the others entered the bustling streets of the imperial capital. Because he had the VIP card of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Yi Xian went straight to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. If he did not take advantage of the situation, he would be a bastard. Soon, the three of them arrived at the busiest area in the center of the city. There was a tall building here with a total of 9 floors. It was extremely luxurious. This building was the famous Drunken Immortal restaurant in Qingzhou. Yi Xian walked in with the 2 coolies, Yi Ling and Mo Yunqi. Soon a delicate and pretty woman came to greet them. The delicate and pretty woman bowed slightly to them. "Is there anything you need?" Yi Xian took out his VIP card. When she saw the VIP card, the delicate and pretty woman's face suddenly changed. She bowed deeply again. "Distinguished guest, please follow me." Soon, under the lead of the delicate and pretty woman, the 4 of them arrived at a very luxurious private room. As soon as they sat down, someone immediately served good spiritual tea. Before long, an old man walked in. After the old man entered, he bowed slightly to Yi Xian and the others. Finally, he looked at Yi Xian. "How should I address you, distinguished guest?" Yi Xian said, "Yi Xian, Yi Xian." The old man was slightly struck dumb when he had heard that. He sized Yi Xian up and down. Soon he was sure. The person in front of him should be Yi Xian, whose name had spread like wildfire in the imperial city. The old man's expression was natural. "What instructions does young Master Yi have?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Give me 300 caddies of rice, 50 chickens, 50 ducks, 10 pigs, 10 cows, and 5 barrels of oil." Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The old man in front of Yi Xian was also dumbfounded. Mo Yunqi, who was not far away, sat in the corner and looked at the ceiling as if he didn't know Yi Xian. Bei Zhe's expression was also extremely unnatural. Coming to a place like the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy these? Who had ever seen anyone come to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy rice and oil? After a while, Yi Xian finally finished speaking. However, as if he thought of something, he added, "Discount, remember to give me a discount. 50% off." The old man. Seeing the old man's expression, Yi Xian frowned. "What, you're not selling?" The old man smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yi, it's not that we don't want to sell, but we don't have these," Yi Xian said indifferently. "The person who gave me the card said that if I need anything in the future, I can come to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. As long as my request is not too excessive, the Drunken Immortal restaurant can satisfy it." Alas, it seems that he was bragging to me. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. Although we don't have these items in the Drunken Immortal restaurant, there are many of them outside. This old man will immediately prepare them for young Master Yi. Please wait a moment, young Master Yi." Yi Xian nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." The old man bowed, then turned around and left. In the room, only Yi Xian's group of 4 were left. At this moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly said, "This is a purple card. Among the many VIP cards in the Drunken Immortal restaurant, it's only inferior to the black card. You're not simple." Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's just a card." Mo Yunqi shook his head. "Big brother, a place like the Drunken Immortal restaurant can be said to be the most luxurious and honorable place in the imperial capital. You came to this place to buy meat, rice, oil, and salt. You're really shameless." Yi Xian glanced at Mo Yunqi lightly. "If we don't come to this place and go outside, do we have enough money? Is it not enough for you?" Mo Yunqi didn't say anything. Soon the old man walked in. The old man bowed slightly to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, we've already prepared the things you need. They've been packed in 2 carriages. We've also arranged for servants to escort you all the way. Young Master Yi, do you need anything else?" Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Thank you very much. And how many gold coins in total?" The old man smiled. "Just treat it as a free gift." "A free gift?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He took out a bag and placed it on the table in front of him. There are 36 gold coins in here. I think it should be enough. Goodbye. After saying that, he pulled Yi Ling and walked out of the door. Bei Zhe and Mo Yunqi hurriedly followed. In the private room, the old man smiled bitterly. He originally wanted Yi Xian to owe him a small favor. But obviously, Yi Xian didn't want to owe the drunken immortal restaurant a small favor. After keeping the bag of money, the old man followed them out. In front of the entrance of the drunken immortal restaurant, 2 carriages were already waiting. The carriages were loaded to the brim. Behind the carriages, there were 3 huge iron cages. In the iron cages, there were some livestock. Fortunately, the drunken immortal restaurant had arranged manpower. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to bring these things away. Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi and Bei Zhe. Let's go. The 2 of them jumped onto the carriage. Yi Xian also jumped onto one of the carriages with Yi Ling. Just like that, the group of people left in a grandiose manner. Behind Yi Xian and the others, the old man looked at the bag of money in his hand and shook his head. Along the way, Yi Xian and the others naturally attracted the attention of others. Because they brought too many things. Yi Xian had no choice. Songlan Academy was very far from the imperial city. It was impossible for him to come here every day. That was too much of a waste of time. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "That's Yi Xian." Yi Xian. Along with this exclamation, the gazes of countless people in the surroundings all turned to look at him. Seeing the surrounding gazes, Yi Xian was a little stunned. Was he that famous? It's really Yi Xian. Someone said. He's the trash that Kuraki Academy doesn't want. TSK, this Songlan Academy really doesn't care about face. They actually want the trash that Kuraki Academy doesn't want. No wonder they were suppressed by Kuraki Academy. But I heard that Nguusher seems to think highly of him. Even Nguusher can make a mistake. Look at him, he's only at the Qi transformation realm. He hasn't even reached the Qi controlling realm. This kind of trash doesn't even have the qualifications to be an errand boy in Kuraki Academy. In the field, everyone was talking about Yi Xian without the slightest scruple. Yi Xian was expressionless. Society was like this. Many people liked to step on others to show their superiority. Don't talk about my brother. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly glared at the people around her. My brother didn't offend any of you. What right do you have to talk about him? Below, a young man laughed. I want to talk about your brother. Your brother is trash. A trash that Kuraki Academy doesn't want. How about it? Bite me, haha. Yi Ling was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily pointed at the young man. Brother, hit him. On the carriage, Yi Xian flashed down. The next moment, the young man who spoke before was directly sent flying. This time, he flew for a full 5 or 6 feet until he hit a wall. The young man lay on the ground and kept wailing. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His ribs were all broken. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. This Yi Xian publicly hit someone? On the other side, Mo Yunqi watched and shook his head. He finally understood that one could offend this Yi Xian, but never, ever offend his sister. Otherwise, he would make one regret being born into this world. He actually hit someone in the street. He's too arrogant. Does he still have any respect for the law? Everyone pointed at Yi Xian, but no one dared to make a move. Yi Xian glanced at the people around him and suddenly roared. Shut up. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Yi Xian glanced at the people one by one. Cut the crap. If you don't like me, Yi Xian, then come and hit me. Come on. I'll do it. At this moment, a young man suddenly rushed out from the crowd. However, as soon as he rushed in front of Yi Xian, he was directly sent flying by Yi Xian's fist. Similarly, after the young man smashed to the ground, he was unable to get up again. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Anyone else? The surroundings were silent. Many people were always like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Iske. Since when did Songlan Academy's dogs dare to be so arrogant in the imperial city? At this moment, suddenly a voice came from the side. Soon, 3 men wearing ink-white robes walked over from afar. "It's the students of Kuraki Academy," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Soon the surroundings were boiling. The silent people in the surroundings started to chatter again. Obviously, the appearance of the students of Kuraki Academy gave them great courage. Mo Yunqi's eyes slightly narrowed when he saw the students of Kuraki Academy, and Beizei's expression also turned cold. The two of them jumped off the carriage at the same time, and then came to Yi Xian's side. Kuraki Academy and Songlan Academy, these two academies could be said to be true enemies. The enmity between the two academies was innate. In the past, as long as the students of the two academies met, nothing good would happen. However, as Songlan Academy declined, towards the end, Songlan Academy's students would basically avoid Kuraki Academy's students. The 3 Kuraki Academy students walked in front of Yi Xian's group, and the leading Kuraki Academy student sized up Yi Xian and ridiculed. "So you're the trash that my Kuraki Academy doesn't want? Chi Transformation Realm? TSK, Songlan Academy is really declining. Even trash like you." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly flew up and kicked the chest of the man who spoke. Bang! Under the gaze of the crowd, the man's entire body was sent flying, and in the air, the man spat out blood. Everyone was stunned. Mo Yunqi and Beizei were also stunned, because they didn't expect Yi Xian to attack. The surroundings were completely silent. When Yi Xian sent the man flying, he quickly whipped out 2 legs from his left and right, and the remaining 2 Kuraki Academy students were caught off guard and were directly kicked away. Yi Xian didn't stop. He rushed in front of the 3 people, and then picked up the money bags from their waists. Then he quickly returned to Mo Yunqi and Beizei's side. "Run! Run!" Mo Yunqi and Beizei, who were preparing to go all out, were instantly stunned. They thought they had heard wrong. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already carried Yi Ling back to the carriage, and then drove away. Beat-up people snatch the things and run everyone. P.S. Created a reader group. 677540563. Everyone can come in and brag. Chapter 44. Beizei and Mo Yunqi weren't the only ones who were stunned. Running away after beating someone up? Beizei and Mo Yunqi quickly came back to their senses, and the two of them hurriedly followed. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the 3 students from Kuraki Academy. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 students were incomparably ferocious. For so many years, when had Kuraki Academy ever suffered such a setback? Not only were they beaten up, but they were also robbed by someone from Songlan Academy. It was a great humiliation. The leading student suddenly roared, "Chase after them." After speaking, he directly rushed over. The other 2 students also followed closely behind. For the 3 of them, what happened just now was undoubtedly a great humiliation. If they didn't get rid of this humiliation, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Kuraki Academy. Not only that, they would also tarnish the reputation of Kuraki Academy. For so many years, only Kuraki Academy bullied Songlan Academy. When had Kuraki Academy ever been bullied by Songlan Academy? Humiliation could only be washed away with blood. The eyes of the 3 students were filled with cold killing intent. Yi Xian and the others were carrying a lot of things, so their speed was naturally slow. After a while, the 3 students from Kuraki Academy caught up with Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian stopped and jumped off the carriage. He turned around and looked straight at the 3 students from Kuraki Academy. Soon, the 3 of them were getting closer and closer to Yi Xian. The leading young man said ferociously, "You bastard, you actually dare." Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. At the same time, Yi Xian swept his leg at him. The sweep of his leg tore through the air. The young man's expression changed greatly. In a hurry, he could only hurriedly use his left hand to block it. Bang! Crack! Along with a muffled sound and the sound of bones breaking, the young man's entire body was directly smashed into the wall several meters away. Bang! The wall shook violently and immediately collapsed. Fortunately, the young man's reaction was extremely fast. He rolled backwards and was not buried by the wall. However, as soon as he stopped, A foot stepped on his abdomen. Yixian stared coldly at the young man beneath his feet. The young man's eyes were filled with malevolence and madness. Kill me if you have the ability. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family. You. At this moment, Yixian suddenly stepped on the young man's throat. Crack. The young man's voice stopped abruptly as fresh blood flowed ceaselessly from the corner of his mouth. At the moment he breathed his last, his eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. When they saw Yixian kill, the other two students of Karaki Academy were finally slightly panicked. The reason why they dared to chase after Yixian's group without the slightest scruple was because they had the confidence. In their hearts, the students of Tsanglan Academy wouldn't dare to kill them no matter what. However, reality told them that they were wrong. The two of them had already started to slowly retreat. Right now they no longer cared about shame. They only wanted to live. On the other side, Mo Yunqi and Bei Zai's expressions were slightly solemn. If it was said to be a small fight earlier, then it wasn't a small fight now. They were in big trouble. Nearby, after Yixian killed the young man, he turned around and leaped onto his horse. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he held tightly onto Yiling's hand and clamped the carriage between his legs as it moved towards the distance. Bei Zai and Mo Yunqi hurriedly followed after him. After around 10 minutes, a group of men in ink-white robes arrived where Yixian's group was earlier. When they saw the young man's corpse on the ground not too far away, their expressions instantly became ferocious. The leader of this group was a man who held a black spear. The man had slanted brows, starry eyes, and a slender figure. He could be said to be a handsome man. This man was one of the three great geniuses of Karaki Academy's outer court, Zhuo Li. Senior Zhuo Li, a nearby student of Karaki Academy, spoke in a ferocious voice. These students of Tsanglan Academy are really audacious. They actually dared to kill a student of our Karaki Academy in broad daylight. Senior Zhuo Li, I request for permission to fight to the death. I'm willing to take my own life before the academy if I don't annihilate all the students of Tsanglan Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to charge out, but he was stopped by a spear. All the students looked at Zhuo Li in succession. Zhuo Li glanced at the end of the street. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Today, I'll annihilate Tsanglan Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. Moreover, there were over 20 students of Karaki Academy behind him. At a certain place in the wilderness, Yixian's group was dashing madly on the carriage. On the way, Mo Yunqi glanced at Yixian. Weren't you a bit too impulsive earlier? Yixian said indifferently. I gave him a chance to live. Mo Yunqi fell silent. Yixian continued. If we don't kill him, he will pursue us relentlessly. Moreover, if we give him a chance, he won't show us any mercy, right? Bei Zai suddenly nodded. Yes, he deserves to be killed. Mo Yunqi smiled bitterly. He deserves to be killed, but what should we do after killing him? Karaki Academy will definitely not let this matter rest. Yixian glanced at Mo Yunqi. I'll fight the young one, and old man Ji will fight the old one. What if we can't win? Mo Yunqi asked. Yixian shrugged his shoulders. If we can't win, then we can't win. What else can we do? Mo Yunqi still wanted to say something, but Bei Zai, who was beside him, suddenly said, Can you stop talking nonsense? Mo Yunqi was speechless. At this moment, the three of them suddenly turned around. Behind them, a group of people was chasing after them. Students of Karaki Academy. Seeing those people, Yixian's expression was indifferent. He retracted his gaze and looked at Mo Yunqi, who was not far away. Do me a favor. Bring my sister back to Tsanglan Academy. Yiling wanted to say something, but after being glared at by Yixian, he obediently remained silent. Mo Yunqi glanced behind him, and then he grabbed Yiling. In the next moment, two whirlwinds appeared under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he and Yiling were already several tens of feet away. Yixian looked at Bei Zai, who was beside him. You should leave too. Bei Zai shook his head. Yixian smiled. This matter was caused by me. Bei Zai shook his head again. They targeted Tsanglan Academy. Without you, they would still target me and Mo Shirao. Yixian smiled and did not say anything. He jumped off the carriage and walked towards the group of Kuraki Academy students. Beside him was Bai Zhe. Seeing the group of Zhonglan Academy students rushing over, Yi Xian's expression gradually turned sinister. Fighting was the thing that Yi Xian was least afraid of in this lifetime. His realm and strength weren't obtained through cultivation, but through fighting. Especially when he had just become the young master of the Yi clan, he practically had to fight to the death with the members of the other clans on the streets every single day. To him, fighting had become a common occurrence. Zuoli suddenly raised his spear. Behind him, the group of people stopped, and Zuoli said coldly, "I alone am enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot. Bang! The ground instantly collapsed. At the same time, a stream of air suddenly rose beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, Zuoli charged towards Yi Xian and Bai Zhe like a bolt of lightning. Qi controlling realm. Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and at the instant he stopped, Zuoli's spear had already arrived before him. His body suddenly leaned backwards like a piece of paper, and he directly dodged the spear. At the same time, his right foot suddenly kicked upwards. Bang! The spear in Zuoli's hand trembled violently, and he was pushed over 3 back. As soon as he stopped, Yi Xian pounced towards him like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Zuoli's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly swept the spear in his hand. Total annihilation. Hiss! This sweep directly tore the air apart, and an explosion suddenly resounded. A wisp of a savage smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. He didn't dodge, but instead clenched his right hand tightly into a fist, and then he blasted it forward. Fist crush. Under the enhancement of battle intent, this low-level martial technique had completely surpassed the might of a low-level martial technique. The fist and spear collided. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, Zuoli's entire body was pushed back over 10 along with his spear. In the process of his retreat, his feet had forcefully carved out 2 deep trenches on the ground. As soon as Zuoli stopped, Yi Xian had charged in front of him once more. At the same time, Yi Xian blasted another fist towards him. It was the same fist crush. There was no technique at all. It was just a simple punch that was direct and violent. It was direct and forceful. Zuoli's pupils constricted when he sensed the strength within Yi Xian's fist. He didn't dare act carelessly, and the energy within his body surged madly into the spear in his hand before he stabbed it forward. The spear and sword flickered with a cold light as they stabbed forward. At the same time, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of something being torn apart resounded. It was the sound of the spear tearing through the air. Under the gazes of everyone, the fist and spear collided in the most violent manner possible. Bang! As soon as they collided, both Yi Xian and Zuoli retreated explosively at the same time. But in next to no time, Yi Xian stopped while Zuoli was still retreating explosively. At the same time, Yi Xian charged towards Zuoli once more. This time, Zuoli didn't have the time to deal with it. Yi Xian's fist smashed onto Zuoli's chest. Pooh! A mouthful of blood essence sprayed out from Zuoli's mouth, and then his figure arched as he flew backwards. Right when Yi Xian was about to attack again, the group of students from Kuraki Academy behind Zuoli suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. A ferocious glow instantly appeared in Bai Zhe's eyes when he witnessed this scene, and in the next moment, he charged towards that group of people. At the instant he charged over, every single step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. On the other hand, Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and he charged directly towards that group of people. He wasn't afraid of a one-on-one battle, and he wasn't afraid of a group battle either. Wait for me. Right at this moment, a voice resounded from behind Yi Xian and Bai Zhe. It was Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi was like a gust of wind as he attacked from afar. He was extremely swift, and he arrived by Yi Xian and Bai Zhe's side in the blink of an eye. Mo Yunqi gazed at the 20+ people that were charging over from afar, and he laughed savagely as he said, "Can they kill us?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "Do you think they will kill us?" Mo Yunqi laughed heartily and said, "I actually asked such a stupid question. Kill them. Let them know that from today onwards, our Zhonglan Academy isn't so easily bullied." As his voice fell, he suddenly clasped his hands together, and the moment he separated them, Two cold lights flashed out from his palms. Flying dagger. In the distance, the heads of two students from Karaki Academy directly flew out. But in the next moment, Mo Yunchi was directly sent flying by a student from Karaki Academy, but in the next instant, that student's head was instantly blasted apart by Yi Xian's punch. But very quickly, another student from Karaki Academy directly collided with Yi Xian's body. Chapter 45. A group fight. The battlefield was a mess. Even though Yi Xian's group of 3 were formidable, Karaki Academy had the advantage in numbers. So when the battle started, Yi Xian's group of 3 didn't gain much of an advantage. After all, any student that was able to join Karaki Academy wasn't trash. However, Karaki Academy didn't gain much of an advantage, and it should be said that they were in a very miserable state. Because up until now, 6 or 7 students from Karaki Academy had died miserably. Bang! After Yi Xian blasted a student flying with a single punch, he was just about to follow up with another attack, when a spear tore through the sky towards him. It was Zuoli. Yi Xian stopped moving. He didn't dodge and he allowed Zuoli's spear to stab into his chest. Bang! Yi Xian retreated by over 3 m. However, Zuoli's expression changed violently, because Yi Xian had used his body to forcefully block his spear. This was something he hadn't expected. And since he hadn't expected this, then the consequences would naturally be severe. Sure enough, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Zuoli's spear, and in the next moment he pressed forward along the spear and suddenly struck his knee against Zuoli's stomach. Bang! Zuoli's entire body was instantly blasted flying by over 10 m. Bang! Zuoli crashed to the ground while blood sprayed from his mouth, and the internal organs in his stomach had been shattered by Yi Xian's knee strike. Yi Xian walked over to Zuoli, and then Zuoli raised his head to look at Yi Xian with an extremely savage expression. I underestimated you. But after we die today, the Academy won't underestimate you anymore. As he spoke, he suddenly roared furiously towards the surroundings. Let's go! At this moment, all the students from Karaki Academy in the surroundings stopped, and they intended to charge at Yi Xian when they saw Zuoli's appearance. Yi Xian coldly looked at those people, and they immediately stopped. It wasn't that they were afraid of Yi Xian, but they were afraid that Yi Xian would kill Zuoli. Baizhe and Mo Yunchi walked to the left and right of Yi Xian. Both of them had different degrees of injuries, especially Mo Yunchi. Blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth, and there were many cracks on Baizhe's upper body. The weakest of these students from Karaki Academy were at least in the Qi-controlling realm. Moreover, they were not ordinary Qi-controlling realm cultivators. The fact that the 3 of them were able to survive after fighting against 20 of them was already extremely terrifying. In front of Yi Xian, Zuoli slowly stood up, and once again roared at the students of Karaki Academy, "Run!" He was no fool. After a round of battle, he already knew that he and the others had severely underestimated the strength of the 3 people in front of him. If they continued fighting, they would all be sacrificed in vain. In the surroundings, not a single one of the Karaki Academy students tried to escape. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned and walked away. Baizhe and Mo Yunchi glanced at Zuoli, whose internal organs had been severely injured by Yi Xian, and then turned and left as well. At this moment, Zuoli suddenly laughed sinisterly. What? Are you going to humiliate me? I, a student of Karaki Academy, would rather die than be humiliated by a student of Tsonglan Academy. As soon as he finished speaking under everyone's gaze, Zuoli's right hand clenched into a fist, and then he suddenly punched his throat. Crack! His bones shattered, and Zuoli's body stiffened on the spot. Senior Zuoli. In the surroundings, all the students of Karaki Academy rushed to Zuoli's corpse, and their tears flowed down. Not far away, beside Yi Xian, Mo Yunchi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, it's as though the 3 of us are the bad guys. Who the hell is the bully here? Baizhe rubbed his upper body, and soon, the cracks on his body began to gradually recover. He glanced at Yi Xian, who was beside him. Your fleshly body is formidable. During the battle earlier, he noticed that Yi Xian's fleshly body wasn't inferior to his at all. Yi Xian said in a light voice, "You're formidable as well." This wasn't a compliment. Up until now, amongst the younger generation, only Bai Zhe was comparable to him in terms of fleshly body. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian's group of three. The middle-aged man wore a golden silk robe, and on the left side of his chest, there was the symbol of Kuraki Academy. Yi Xian recognized this person. It was Li Xiu, the vice dean of Kuraki Academy. Things have gotten out of hand. But it was normal, someone had already died, so things had definitely gotten out of hand. Li Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "You want to leave after killing someone?" Yi Xian laughed with ridicule. "Kill someone? What? Only your Kuraki Academy students are allowed to kill someone, but might Songlan Academy's students are not allowed to? Or are you saying that Kuraki Academy has no more students, and you want the dignified vice dean to come out and take revenge?" Li Xiu sneered. "Goading me? Don't worry, I won't bully you." As he spoke, he turned to look at a rock in the distance, and there, an old man was lying on it. This person was none other than Old Man Ji. The corner of Li Xiu's mouth gradually turned malevolent. "Old Man Ji, from this moment onwards, I declare war on Songlan Academy." War. Right at this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly stood up, and in the next moment, under everyone's gaze, he plucked a weed beside him and casually threw it away. Li Xiu's expression changed greatly, and he suddenly clasped his hands together. In an instant, a formless aura appeared around him, and at the same time, a powerful force surged out from his hands like a tidal wave. Yi Xian and the other two were directly blasted away by this force. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of Yi Xian and the other two, the weed was like a sharp sword, directly piercing through the force released by Li Xiu, and even the aura released by Li Xiu instantly vanished without a trace. Li Xiu's right arm was directly sent flying. The surroundings fell silent. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian and the other two were dumbstruck. Mo Yunqi gulped. "This old man is so amazing. Next time when we speak to him, should we be more respectful?" Yi Xian was also slightly shocked. This old man's strength was truly terrifying. He was probably slightly stronger than the third master of the Drunken Immortal Inn. In the distance, Old Man Ji glanced at Li Xiu. "War? Are you sure?" Li Xiu stared fixedly at Old Man Ji, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Old Man Ji drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head. "Do you know why Songlan Academy still hasn't collapsed?" As he spoke, he pointed at himself. "Because of me, as long as I don't die, Songlan Academy will not close its doors. If you want to start a war, fine, I'll let you kill these three little fellows. But this old man guarantees your Kuraki Academy that your Kuraki Academy's students below the age of 30 will not live to see tomorrow's sun. If you don't believe me, then feel free to come. Anyway, these three fellows here are picked up, I don't care." Hearing this, Yi Xian and the other two almost went berserk. "Picked up? Motherf asterisk cur." Mo Yunqi glared at Old Man Ji. "Beat him up." Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi. "You go first?" "Go your ass." Mo Yunqi glared at Yi Xian. "You want to sell me out again?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Big brother, next time when you want to beat someone up, can you have some idea? Can't you fight when you can't win? Don't *king fight when you can't win. This isn't beating people up. This is asking for a beating." Mo Yunqi. At this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly looked at Yi Xian and the other two. "What are you still mumbling about? Let's go." Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe were about to leave, but at this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian walked to the corpses of the Kuraki Academy students. One by one, he collected the money pouch and weapons from the waist of the corpses, but he didn't collect Zueli's. Seeing Yi Xian's actions, everyone was stunned. Old Man Ji directly lied down, pretending to be dead. Not far away, Mo Yunqi hurriedly walked to Yi Xian's side. He pulled on Yi Xian's sleeve. "Big brother, can't you have some face? There are so many people watching." Yi Xian glared at him. "Face? Do you want to eat or eat grass?" Mo Yunqi didn't say anything. He obediently returned to Bai Zhe's side. Mo Yunqi covered his face with both hands, shaking his head. Shameful. Shameful. Just like this, under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian collected 8 to 9 money pouches and 5 to 6 weapons. He glanced at those weapons. They weren't ordinary. They could be sold for a good price. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Bai Zai and Mo Yunqi not far away. What are you waiting for? Come over and help set up the carriage. The two of them didn't move. Yi Xian said calmly, you can eat grass tonight. Mo Yunqi hurriedly ran over, then jumped onto one of the carriages. Bai Zai hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over. Just like this, under the gaze of the Kuraki Academy students, Yi Xian and the other two slowly set up the carriage, heading into the distance. Old Man Ji didn't leave, instead lying on the rocks, as if he had fallen asleep. Li Xiu stared at Old Man Ji. Today isn't the end, it's the beginning. After saying that, he turned around and left with the group of Kuraki Academy students. On the rocks, Old Man Ji still had his eyes closed, snoring. What happened between Kuraki Academy and Songlan Academy, like a plague, instantly spread throughout the imperial capital. The entire imperial capital was shocked. Songlan Academy students killed Kuraki Academy students. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Could it be that Songlan Academy was going to rise? For a moment, the entire imperial capital was in a heated discussion. Country of Zhang's imperial palace, Yangxin Palace. A middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious robe looked at the secret report in his hand. Looking at it, the middle-aged man suddenly chuckled. The middle-aged man got up and walked to the entrance of the hall, looking up at the horizon. Little Nine's secret report says that the youth who dared to face thousands of Tang's black-armored cavalrymen alone in Two World City has come to the imperial capital. He's that Yi Xian who's the talk of the town now. In a corner of the hall, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. I've already looked up his information. He's from Qingcheng, grew up with his younger sister when his parents weren't around, and devoted himself to the Yi family, but was abandoned by the Yi family in the end. In order to treat his younger sister's illness, he brought her to the imperial capital. The middle-aged man glanced at the corner and smiled. This should be what's on the surface. In the corner, a wheelchair slowly slid out, and in the wheelchair sat a woman in a black dress. She looked very young and very beautiful, but her hair was snow-white. Apart from that, her eyes were closed, and they had been closed all this time. The woman in the black dress said softly, and Guosher treated him differently, and he came out unscathed after killing an elder of the drunken immortal abode on the cloud ship. There's no way to find out the details. The middle-aged man said with a smile, it's not easy to survive after killing an elder of the drunken immortal abode. With that, he walked back to the desk and took out a golden round plate. Then he took out a golden brush and wrote the word Yi on the front of the round plate. And behind the round plate, there were 2 words, Guosher. The middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at the woman. You don't object? The woman asked. Why should I object? There's no harm in it. The middle-aged man laughed and said, nowadays many young people only care about their own little plans, especially those from aristocratic families and academies. In their hearts, there's only their families and academies. Country? They don't have a country in their hearts. At that time, that youth dared to stand up against the Tang army without any interest or purpose. Just based on this, he deserves the title of Guosher. With that, he turned to look at the woman in the black dress. I'll have to trouble Nation Master Lu to go to Kanglin Academy for me. Chapter 46. Songlan Academy, Songlan Hall. Inside the hall, everyone sat around the table. Yi Xian and his sister would occasionally bring a dish to the table. None of the dishes were particularly exquisite, but they smelled especially fragrant and appetizing. At the side, Jianji licked his chopsticks. He wanted to eat a few times but was stopped by Old Man Ji, Bai Zai, and Mo Yunqi. If this woman were to eat now, they wouldn't even have a bone to chew on. After a while, all the dishes were finally served. 12 dishes. There were meat and vegetables. Yi Ling obediently scooped a bowl of rice for everyone, then sat beside Yi Xian. Old Man Ji took a sip of wine. I was too impulsive today. Everyone was silent. Yixian thought for a moment. They want to bully us. Old Man Ji said, we can endure it for a while. Yixian asked, will they let us go if we endure it? He shook his head. No, the more we endure, the more they will be annoyed. When I was in Qingcheng, I met some people. They are very fierce and fierce. The weaker you are, the more they will bully you. Only by fighting with them and hurting them will they respect you and not dare to bully you easily. Old Man Ji was silent. Mo Yunqi was silent. Jianji only cared about eating. At this moment, Bai Zhe suddenly said, he's right. When I was in Mount Mang, I often fought with demonic beasts. When you meet a demonic beast, you must not run. The more you run, the more ferocious it will be and the more likely it will attack you. You can only fight with it until it is afraid. The next time it sees you, it will not dare to bully you easily and will even retreat. As he said that, he raised the wine glass beside his bowl and pointed it at Yixian. Well done. Yixian also raised his wine glass. He glanced at Mo Yunqi, who thought for a moment and also raised his wine glass. The three of them looked at each other and drank it in one gulp. They did not know each other before, but now they had a common identity. They were students of Zhonglan Academy. Old Man Ji did not say anything else and started eating. The surrounding people were like the reincarnation of hungry ghosts. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the food on the table had been swept clean. After eating, Old Man Ji gulped down a mouthful of wine and said, come to the back mountain at midnight tonight. With that, he turned around and left. Jianji put down her chopsticks and glanced at Yixian. Can you make more? The corner of Yixian's mouth twitched. He pointed to the side and said, I left some for you in the pantry. Jianji nodded. Thank you. After saying that, she picked up her chopsticks and turned to leave. Yiling cleverly put away the bowls and chopsticks on the table, while Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi ran away after eating. Washing dishes and whatnot was killing them. Seeing the two of them running away, Yiling covered her mouth and chuckled. Yixian was a little helpless. He helped clean up and said, let's go, I'll help you wash up. Just as Yiling was about to speak, there was a sudden sound outside the hall. Yixian turned around, and a wheelchair appeared outside the hall. A woman in a black dress was sitting in the wheelchair. Want to talk? The woman in the black dress suddenly said. Yixian pointed to himself. Me. The woman in the black dress nodded. Yiling smiled sweetly at Yixian. Brother, you go? I'll clean up. Yixian gently rubbed Yiling's little head. Be careful. Yiling nodded and walked to the side with the bowls and chopsticks. Yixian walked to the woman in the black dress. What's the matter? The woman in the black dress stretched out her right hand, and a golden disc flew in front of Yixian. This is... Yixian was puzzled. The woman in the black dress said, by the order of the king, you are conferred the title of Kingdom Knight. Kingdom Knight? Yixian was stunned. A moment later, Yixian shook his head and returned the disc. I didn't do anything to deserve a reward. The woman in the black dress did not take it. You fought against the Tang army in Two World City. Yixian smiled. That's all. The woman in the black dress did not speak. Yixian sat in front of the stone steps. That was a long time ago. But now you're conferring me the title of Kingdom Knight. Forgive me for being straightforward, but you have other motives, don't you? The woman in the black dress was still silent. Yixian continued. Now that I've joined the Kanglan Academy and had a conflict with the Karaki Academy, let me guess. If I'm not wrong, the royal family doesn't want the Karaki Academy to be the only big school in the Jiang country. Because the bigger and stronger the Karaki Academy is, the more disadvantageous it is for the royal family and the imperial power. But now, you see that the Kanglan Academy seems to have the ability to fight against the Karaki Academy, so you want to pull them together so that the two academies will fight to the death. Am I right? The woman in the black dress crossed her fingers on her lap. You're much smarter than I thought. Yixian looked straight at the woman in the black dress. I don't want to be used. The woman in the black dress shook her head. From the moment you joined the Kanglan Academy, you were destined to bear the hatred between the Kanglan Academy and the Karaki Academy. There's no right or wrong in a feud, only a matter of position. As you said, The Jiang country does hope that someone can balance the Kuraki Academy, but this is not the real reason for conferring you the title of Kingdom Knight. Yi Xian walked in front of the woman in the black dress. Then what's the real reason? The woman in the black dress raised her head. She still did not open her eyes. There's someone who dared to face the Tang Empire's black armored cavalry alone outside the Two-World City. Yi Xian was silent. The woman in the black dress suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's right hand, and then placed the golden disc in his palm. Whether it's the Kanglan Academy or the Kuraki Academy, everyone is actually from the Jiang country. Unfortunately, many people forget this point. Only those who have the country in their hearts and the ability to do so can be called a kingdom scholar. You are worthy of this title, and this title will not restrict you. On the contrary, in the future, you will be able to obtain the help of the country wherever you go. After saying that, a mysterious person appeared behind the woman in the black dress. The mysterious person pushed the woman in the black dress and left. After the mysterious person pushed the woman down the mountain, they suddenly stopped. Not far in front of them, there was a drunk old man lying on the ground. The woman in the black dress bowed slightly. Old Ji. Old Ji still did not speak. The woman in the black dress continued. Although he has the intention to use you, the king has no malice. Old Ji turned his body sideways. The news of him being a kingdom knight must not be spread out. The current him can't afford to bear too much attention. The woman in the black dress bowed slightly. Understood, thank you. After saying that, the mysterious person pushed the woman in the black dress away. Old Ji was sleeping soundly. In the middle of the night, it was midnight. Yi Xian, Bai Zai, and Mo Yunqi arrived at the back of the mountain. There was a waterfall at the back of the mountain. The waterfall was over 10 feet wide, and the water was extremely fast. At this moment, Old Ji and Ji Anji were already waiting there. Mo Yunqi chuckled. Old Ji, are you going to teach us some peerless martial skill? At this moment, Old Ji whistled. In the next moment, a pitch-black wolf suddenly ran out from the distant forest. The wolf was several feet tall, and its fur was like sharp swords. Its eyes emitted a chilling murderous light. Demon Wolf. Bai Zai's expression was incomparably vigilant. High Sky Realm. Old Ji pointed at Mo Yunqi. The latter was stunned. Old Ji, what do you mean? At this moment, the demon wolf directly rushed towards Mo Yunqi. Its speed was so fast that even Yi Xian could only see an afterimage. Damn it! Old Ji, are you crazy? Mo Yunqi turned around and ran. His speed was also very fast, comparable to the demon wolf. However, in terms of physical strength, Mo Yunqi definitely could not compare to a demon beast. At this moment, Old Ji suddenly looked at Bai Zai. Bai Zai puffed out his chest, his eyes fearless. The thing he was least afraid of was demon beasts. In Mount Mang, he fought with demon beasts every day. Old Ji suddenly grabbed Bai Zai. Bai Zai subconsciously wanted to resist, but when he exerted force, he was shocked to find that he could not exert any strength at all. Under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, Old Ji put a metal chain on Bai Zai's feet that was as thick as an arm. Then he suddenly threw Bai Zai towards the waterfall in the distance, and Bai Zai's entire body directly smashed into the waterfall. At this moment, another demon wolf appeared. That demon wolf leaped to the side of the waterfall. It grabbed a metal chain on the mountain wall and pulled it down with force. In the waterfall, Bai Zai's entire body went against the flow of the waterfall. The powerful impact of the water instantly created red marks on Bai Zai's upper body. At first, it was still fine, but after 2 or 3 times, there were cries of pain coming from the waterfall. Not to mention Bai Zai. Even Yi Xian felt his scalp tingle. His physical body was also strong, but the water was too fast. Coupled with the fact that he was going against the flow, the water was even more terrifying than a knife's edge. At this moment, Old Ji looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. This guy's training was a little abnormal. Old Ji sized up Yi Xian, then shook his head. In the entire imperial capital, in terms of foundation, apart from that in Guosher, you are not inferior to anyone. Yi Xian laughed awkwardly. It's just SOSO, just SOSO. Old Ji fell silent. He seemed to be in a dilemma. This guy's foundation was too good, and he could not forcefully increase his realm. After a while, Old Ji suddenly asked, "Have you comprehended battle intent?" Yixian nodded. Old Ji nodded. "Then it's easy." As he said that, he turned and walked to the side. "Follow me." Yixian hurriedly followed, and Jianji also followed closely behind. Soon, under Old Ji's lead, Yixian arrived at the foot of a small mountain. The mountain was not particularly big, but it was not small either. In any case, it was at least 10 times bigger than the Kanglan Palace. Old Ji pointed at the small mountain in front of them. "What is your best fist technique?" Yixian said, "Fist collapse. It's only a low-level martial technique." Old Man Ji pointed at the small mountain in front of him. "Use your fists to smash this mountain. Hit it with all your might until it crumbles." Yixian was stunned on the spot. "Is there a problem?" Old Ji asked. Yixian gulped, then pointed at the small mountain. "Old Ji, are you drunk tonight? Why don't we talk about cultivation tomorrow?" Old Ji looked at Yixian for a long time. Finally, he turned around. "Take your sister and leave." After saying that, he walked into the distance. "Yes, I'll fight." At this moment, Yixian suddenly said, "I'll fight now." After saying that, he rushed towards the small mountain in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 47. Punching a mountain? In the past, Yixian didn't even dare to think of such a thing. But now he was doing it. He and his sister had to stay at Songlan Academy. Firstly, this old man Ji could cure his sister. Secondly, if they left now, they would lose old man Ji's protection. Their fates would be miserable. He had to stay here. For his sister, he could even flatten 10 mountains, let alone one. Looking at Yixian punching the mountain again and again in the distance, Jianji suddenly said, "You should ask them to leave." Old man Ji shook his head. "If they leave now, they will die." Jianji said, "We shouldn't have let them come." Old man Ji looked at Jianji. "Yes, coming here means going against Songmu Academy. But isn't coming here also an opportunity for them? Moreover, if they didn't meet me, their lives would be much more miserable than they are now." Jianji was silent. Old Ji looked at Yixian, who was not far away. No matter why they came to the Songlan Academy in the past, they are now students of the Songlan Academy, and they regard themselves as students of the Songlan Academy. So I will be responsible for them till the end. With that, he turned and walked away. But after a few steps, he collapsed to the side drunk. Jianji didn't help him up. She was already used to it. She turned and looked into the distance. Yixian was still punching the mountain in a frenzy. But compared to the entire mountain, he didn't even destroy a corner. On the contrary, his hands were already a bloody mess. Jianji shook his head and left. Just like old man Ji said, since they were students of Songlan Academy, if they weren't strong enough, they would inevitably add a corpse to Xiaodao Songmu Academy in the future. Under the night sky, Yixian punched again and again, asking in his heart, "Senior, is this method effective?" The mysterious woman didn't answer. Yixian asked twice more, but the mysterious woman still didn't answer. Helpless, he could only continue punching. Was it painful? Of course it was. Although he was already at the golden body realm, and his physical body was much stronger than ordinary martial artists, it did not mean that he was invincible. However, he did not doubt old man Ji's method. Although he did not know the meaning of doing this, he knew that he would find out soon. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already dawn. Yixian stopped, and just as he stopped, old man Ji appeared in front of him. Old man Ji threw him a bag of herbs. "Crush them and use them on your fists and arms." With that, he turned around and left. Yixian opened the bag of herbs and crushed them. Then he applied them on his arms. The moment the herbs came into contact with his skin, he jumped up in pain. Ouch! When those herbs came into contact with his skin, it was like a piece of red-hot iron was placed on his skin. It was extremely painful. But fortunately, he forcefully endured it. Because he realized that the injuries on his hands were slowly healing. Actually, this little bit of pain was not a big deal to him. After all, when he was cultivating the hidden realm, the golden body realm, The pain he suffered was truly unforgettable. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. A moment later, Yixian looked at his arms. At this moment, his arms were red like a piece of red iron. He turned around and charged towards the small mountain again. Bang bang bang. Numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the surroundings. Just like that, the explosions lasted until noon before they stopped. It was time for lunch. Yixian came to the waterfall to wash up. Just as he was about to leave, a figure floated up from below the waterfall. It was Baizhe. At this moment, a layer of Baizhe's skin had already been peeled off. A layer of skin had truly been peeled off. It was a terrible sight to behold. Baizhe crawled over to the rock and tossed a bag of herbs to Yixian. Help! Help me! Yixian picked up the bag and walked over to Baizhe, and then he crushed the herbs within the bag. After that, he applied the herbs on Baizhe's body. Baizhe sucked in a breath of cold air and almost cried out, but he forcefully held it in. However, his entire body was trembling. As he watched Baizhe's injuries heal slowly, Yixian said softly, "This medicine is not bad." Baizhe took a deep breath and said, "Of course. This is an excellent spirit herb, and a single leaf can be sold for at least 50 gold coins." Yixian suddenly stopped, and he looked at the remaining herbs in his hand. "Really?" Baizhe nodded. "Of course." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Why don't we stop applying it and sell it instead?" "Big brother, don't joke around. 50-50? Hurry up and apply it. 70/30. Can I beat you to death?" An hour later, Yixian and Baizhe returned to the Tsonglan Palace. At the entrance of the Tsonglan Palace, there was a man lying on the ground. It was Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi was lying there, and both his legs were twitching like pendulums. Last night, he was chased by the demon wolf for an entire night, and his legs were almost broken. Yixian glanced at Mo Yunqi, and then turned to leave. An hour later, everyone sat around the table. Today the atmosphere was slightly different. When Yi Ling served everyone their food, Mo Yunqi immediately began to sweep the table. Baizhe hesitated for a moment before he began to sweep the table. Yixian also ate well. After cultivating for an entire night, firstly he was tired and secondly he was hungry. Seeing Yixian wolfing down the food, Yi Ling's heart ached. She quickly scooped a bowl of soup for Yixian, and then she lightly patted Yixian's back. "Big brother, eat slowly, don't choke." Not far away, Mo Yunqi glanced at Yixian and his sister, and then he sighed softly. Why are other people's sisters so obedient, but our own? Sigh. After saying that, he continued to bury his head in the food. At this moment, Old Man Ji stood up. "From today onwards, you are not allowed to go down the mountain." After saying that, he turned and left. "Why?" Mo Yunqi suddenly asked. Old Man Ji did not stop. "If you want to die, go down." Mo Yunqi looked at Ji Anji, who licked his chopsticks. "Some students from Kuraki College have arrived at the foot of the mountain, and they are waiting for you to go down the mountain every day." Mo Yunqi sneered. "What are you afraid of?" Ji Anji glanced at Mo Yunqi. "You can beat one, but can you beat 10? Moreover, I heard that there are disciples from the inner court. In short, don't underestimate Kuraki College. Last time, they looked down on you, and you caught them off guard. But now, it won't happen again. Those who dare to come will not be trash. Of course, if you feel that cultivating is boring and want to find something more exciting, you can go down the mountain and fight with them." After saying that, she stood up and went to the kitchen. Because every time, Yixian would leave a portion of food for her. After the meal, Yixian changed into a new set of clothes and went on to Blasting Mountain. Baizhe, on the other hand, returned to the waterfall. As for Mo Yunqi, he entered the mountain and behind him was the demon wolf. At the back of the mountain, Yixian punched the mountain in front of him again and again. Every time he punched, he would use his own fighting spirit. At first, everything was normal, but gradually he found that his fighting spirit seemed to have become stronger. Not only his fighting spirit, but even the power of his punches had become stronger. After discovering this, Yixian was delighted. Obviously, this cultivation method was very effective. Therefore, he worked even harder. Just like that, Yixian and the other two cultivated like this day after day passed. Every day, there would be students from Kuraki College coming to the foot of Tsanglan College's mountain. At first, they were just waiting for Yixian and the others to go down the mountain, but gradually, they found that Yixian and the others did not seem to have the slightest intention of going down the mountain. Therefore, some people began to go up the mountain in groups. The leader was a man in a brocade robe. He was about 20 years old, tall, and had 2 short sabers hanging from his waist. This person was one of the 3 geniuses of Kuraki College's outer court, Chen Yan. And behind Chen Yan, there were 6 Kuraki College students. Each of them was at the peak of the qi-resisting realm, and their auras were vigorous. Obviously, they were the top experts of the outer court. Beside Chen Yan, a student suddenly said, "Senior Chen Yan, I have inquired that Yixian and the others are not weak, especially Yixian. I heard that he is a swordsman, even in Guosher treats him differently. This time we must not be careless." Chen Yan nodded. Of course not, Zuoli died because of his carelessness, but it is normal. Not to mention him. Even if I met Tsanglan College students before, I would also look down on them. Saying that, he looked up. The death of Zuoli and the others is a wake-up call for us. Everyone nodded. Kuraki College may look down on Tsanglan College once, but they would not look down on it a second time. In any case, it was a millennium-old institution, and the students taught by it were not idiots. Before long, Chen Yan's group arrived before Tsanglan Palace, and there was a little girl washing clothes at the entrance of Tsanglan Palace. This little girl was naturally Yiling. When she saw Chen Yan's group, Yiling hastily turned around and ran. She ran to Old Man Ji's courtyard, and Old Man Ji was lying on a chair, and his body was still emitting the pungent smell of alcohol. Yiling walked to Old Man Ji's side, and then she lightly pushed him and said anxiously, "Grandpa Ji, wake up, they are coming." Old Man Ji did not move. Meanwhile, Chen Yan's group had arrived at the entrance of Old Man Ji's courtyard, and Yiling hurriedly hid behind Old Man Ji when she saw this scene. Chen Yan glanced at Old Man Ji who was lying on the chair, and then he bowed slightly. "This junior is Chen Yan from Kuraki College's outer court, and I have specially come to seek guidance from Tsanglan College students." Saying that, he looked straight at Old Man Ji, and then he said, "Let's fight to the death. A life or death challenge." Currently, the entire imperial capital was looking at Kuraki Academy. If Kuraki Academy couldn't take revenge for Zuoli and the others, then it would undoubtedly affect Kuraki Academy's reputation, and Tsanglan Academy's reputation would certainly rise. Most importantly, Kuraki College had been suppressing Tsanglan College for so many years, and they could not afford to make any mistakes in this year's batch, or else their batch would be a disgrace to Kuraki College. At this time, Old Man Ji suddenly said, "In the back mountain go." Chen Yan and the others turned and left. On this day, in the back mountain of Tsanglan, only one student was destined to survive. Chapter 48. In the courtyard behind Old Man Ji, Yiling asked softly, "Grandpa Ji, are they in danger?" Old Man Ji stood up and looked at the little girl in front of him with a complicated gaze. She rubbed Yiling's head gently. "Don't worry, they'll be fine. Just stay here with Grandpa Ji and don't run around, all right?" Yiling nodded obediently. "Grandpa Ji, I'll go cook for you." With that, she turned and ran to the kitchen. Her body was trembling slightly because she was worried about her brother's safety. However, she knew very well that she couldn't go to the back mountain at this time because she couldn't help at all. If she went, she would only cause trouble for her brother. In the kitchen, Yiling curled up in a corner and hugged her knees. She didn't cry as she looked at the fire in the stove. At this moment, it was as if she had returned to the Yi family in Qingcheng. Back then, when Yi Xian went out during the day, she would wait for Yi Xian for a day in her world. There was no father, no mother, only her brother. Her brother was her only and everything. In the courtyard, after Yi Ling left, an old man appeared in front of Old Man Ji. The old man wore a linen robe, and his beard reached his chest. His hair was combed into a bun and scattered behind his head. He looked very gentle and refined, forming a huge contrast with the drunk Old Man Ji. This person was the dean of Kuraki Academy, Li Xuansong. He was also one of the top experts in Jiang country. Li Xuanzong glanced at Old Man Ji and shook his head. It's been so many years, but you're still the same. Old Man Ji smiled. You're getting more and more exquisite. Li Xuanzong looked around and said, There's only one academy in Jiang country. I think it's pretty good. Old Man Ji chuckled. Isn't Karaki Academy the biggest in Jiang country now? Li Xuanzong looked straight at Old Man Ji. I know what you want to do with the 3 people you found, but they will end up like the people you found in the past. They will eventually become a corpse on Sung Mountain's Xiao Dao. Old Man Ji nodded. Let's wait and see, Li Xuanzong said with a smile. Then let's wait and see. Back mountain. Mo Yunqi stopped. Bai Zai climbed out of the waterfall, and Yi Xian stopped blasting the mountain. In front of a dense forest, Yi Xian and the other 2 stood side by side. Yi Xian was in the middle. On his left was Mo Yunqi, and on his right was Bai Zai. Opposite them were Chen Yan and the other Karaki Academy students. Beside Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi suddenly said, Old Man Ji let them come up just like that? Yi Xian looked at Chen Yan and the others in silence. To be honest, although he didn't join Karaki Academy, he didn't have any enmity or malice towards it. However, there were many times when he couldn't help himself. From the moment he joined Songlan Academy, he was destined to be Karaki Academy's enemy. Even if he didn't go looking for trouble with the Karaki students, the students of Karaki Academy would come looking for him. A feud that could not be resolved with words. However, Yi Xian was never a person who was afraid of trouble. On the contrary, if it was a fight, Yi Xian had never been afraid of anyone in his life. At this moment, Chen Yan suddenly took a step forward. 3 against 3? Yi Xian turned to look at Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai. Both of them nodded, indicating that there was no problem. 2 men walked out from behind Chen Yan. The man on the left wore a black robe that was exquisite, yet not lacking in grandeur. In addition, the man on the right wore a white robe. He had a slender figure, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a cold appearance, as if he was a celestial being. Both of them had an extraordinary bearing. Seeing these 2 people, Yi Xian's expression instantly sank. The feeling of danger. This was his instinctive feeling, and he had always firmly believed in his instincts, because these instincts were trained through countless life and death street battles. The facts proved that Karaki Academy didn't look down on them anymore. They wouldn't send small fries for them to practice. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Zai and Mo Yunqi. Watch out. Both of them nodded. The white-robed man walked over to stand before Mo Yunqi, while the dark-robed man walked over to stand before Bai Zai. Obviously, it was Yi Xian against Chen Yan. Right at this moment, the dark-robed man suddenly vanished on the spot. Bai Zai's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly crossed his hands before him. Meanwhile, the dark-robed man arrived before him. Bang! Following the sound of an explosion, Bai Zai was directly pushed back a full 7 to 8 feet. Moreover, there was a deep blood-red handprint on his arms. Right at this moment, the dark-robed man tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, and then he leaped up into the air towards Bai Zai. He was extremely swift, like a hawk pouncing towards its prey. Ascension Realm. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly when he witnessed this scene. This man that wasn't even 20 years old was actually at the Ascension Realm. Such a young genius at the Ascension Realm. In the distance, Bai Zai's expression changed violently as well. He suddenly squatted down and used his feet to support himself from the ground. At the same time, he pressed his palms together. In an instant, the muscles on his body bulged up while his veins wriggled like fine snakes. It was an extremely shocking sight. Meanwhile, the dark-robed man slapped his palm down from midair. This palm strike was like an enormous axe, and the formidable might and force contained within it instantly tore through the air. Bai Zai swiftly raised his head, pressed his palms together, and formed a seal. Earthen yellow energy surged out from the center of his palm. Obviously, it was a martial technique. At the moment that the dark-robed man's palm descended, an ear-piercing explosion instantly resounded. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zai's figure was blasted over 20 m away. However, the dark-robed man didn't stop. His figure shook, and then he drifted towards Bai Zhe like a gust of wind. On the other side, the white-robed man who stood before Mo Yunqi had suddenly vanished on the spot. Mo Yunqi's expression changed slightly. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and glided over 30 m back. However, he'd just stopped when the white-robed man had arrived above him. The Ascension Realm. Mo Yunqi was shocked in his heart. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he retreated repeatedly. At the same time, a flying knife suddenly slashed out from his palm. The white-robed man's figure suddenly flashed in midair, and he dodged the flying knife. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi was already 30 m away, and he'd pulled open the distance between him and the white-robed man. However, his expression was extremely solemn. The white-robed man didn't waste his breath at all, and he charged towards Mo Yunqi once more. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze from the distance, and his expression was extremely solemn as well, because he noticed that Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi had been suppressed by those two people. Obviously, they'd investigated Bai Zhe, Mo Yunqi, and him before they came here. Yi Xian gazed at Chen Yan, and he had no doubt that Chen Yan was absolutely not an ordinary person. Chen Yan suddenly charged forward, and at the same time, 2 rays of cold light shot towards Yi Xian. Dual blades. Yi Xian's reaction was extremely swift, and he'd smashed his fists against Chen Yan's attack at the same time. It was still the crushing fist, and it was the crushing fist that was enhanced with battle intent. At this moment, the trajectory of Chen Yan's dual blades suddenly changed, and his blades sliced towards Yi Xian's wrists at a strange angle. At almost the same time, Yi Xian suddenly spread his arms apart, and then he suddenly kicked towards Chen Yan. His leg was longer than his blades. As soon as Yi Xian launched his kick, Chen Yan immediately pulled back his sabers to defend himself. Bang! Chen Yan retreated a few meters with his blades, and before he could stop, Yi Xian had already charged in front of him, and then he smashed his fist towards Chen Yan again. Crushing fist. He only knew this low-level martial arts technique, but the might of this low-level martial arts technique wasn't weak, and a single punch directly crushed the air. Bang! Chen Yan was forced back once again, and Yi Xian pressed forward once more. In an instant, Chen Yan was directly suppressed by Yi Xian, suppressed by his fists. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a small mountain in front of Chen Yan. The strength of his punches was greater than the previous, and his battle intent was also stronger with each punch. Using force to suppress others. Bang! 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 Chen Yan retreated repeatedly. The current him couldn't even unsheath his saber, and he could only passively defend. His entire body was already enveloped by Yi Xian's force. To be precise, it was fist force. Originally, Yi Xian's fists didn't have any force, but after this period of frenzied mountain bombardment, his fists gradually gained their own force. In addition to his battle intent, a low-level human rank martial arts technique was forcefully beaten into the feeling of a superior grade spirit rank martial arts technique. In a certain courtyard, opposite Old Man Ji, Li Xuanzong retracted his gaze and chuckled. What a great battle intent. He comprehended battle intent at such a young age. Even in the inner court, his foundations are top. What a pity, what a pity. He repeatedly said that it was a pity. This was because this youth was originally going to join their Karaki College. If Yi Xian joined Karaki College, it would naturally be another genius for Karaki College to suck up to. Opposite Li Xuanzong, Old Man Ji was about to speak when Li Xuanzong suddenly said with a smile, "Actually, there's nothing to be pitted about. Not being able to join Karaki College is his loss. Moreover, he's just a genius. We can just kill him." As he spoke, he looked at Old Man Ji. "What do you think?" Old Man Ji glanced at Li Xuanzong. "Geniuses who don't join Karaki College will all end up like this, right?" Li Xuanzong smiled. "If he's not one of us, then he's an enemy." As he spoke, he turned to look at the back mountain. The 3 of them are not bad, especially that battle intent youth, Yi Xian. It's a pity that he chose the wrong side. Old Man Ji sneered. "It seems like you guys don't want him." Li Xuanzong's expression gradually turned cold. "I'd rather Karaki College betray everyone in the world, but whoever dares to betray Karaki College will die a horrible death." Conceited? No, to him this was confidence. And Karaki College also had this confidence. Old Man Ji lay on the chair, drinking wine with a smile on his face. Once upon a time, Songlan College was this arrogant. No, it was even more arrogant. But now in the back mountain, the battle was still ongoing. Bang! Along with an explosion, a figure was directly sent flying. This figure was precisely Chen Yan. Yi Xian was about to continue attacking, but at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. A sword had silently appeared at the back of his neck. It was a good sword. It was supposed to be a one-on-one duel, but someone suddenly launched a sneak attack. In addition, the sword was extremely fast. Yi Xian couldn't dodge in time, and allowed the sword to pierce the back of his neck. In the courtyard, Old Man Ji suddenly stood up. He stared at Li Xuanzang. "You're playing dirty." Li Xuanzang stood up and smiled. "From today onwards, everyone will only know one outcome for Dao Yi, and that is that all of your Songlan College students will be killed. Everyone will only care about the outcome and not the process. It's over." After saying that, he turned to leave. At this moment, both of them suddenly turned to look at the back mountain. At the back mountain, when the sword pierced the back of Yi Xian's neck, Yi Xian was unharmed. On the contrary, the sword turned into motes of energy and entered Yi Xian's body. The invincible sword body technique used one's body to forge a sword. As long as the sword that injured him wasn't of a higher level than the sword in his body, he would be immune to it and absorb it. The moment the sword energy was absorbed by Yi Xian, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. The aura of the Qi controlling realm. P.S. 3 things. First, why does everyone want to block my card? You can block my card for 100 vertical coins. Let me see how many friends you have. Second, for those who haven't bookmarked this book, please bookmark it. That means adding it to your bookshelf. It's also convenient. You'll be able to see it when you go online. Also, tickets. Asking for tickets. Chapter 49. How is this possible? In the courtyard, Li Xuanzang stared at the back mountain with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. The sword entered the body, but it was absorbed. Impossible. Could this be the legendary innate sword body? At this point, his pupils suddenly constricted. According to the legends, there were some special physiques, and the innate sword body was one of them. It could swallow swords. People with this kind of physique could be said to be natural swordsmen. And this kind of physique was extremely rare. But once it appeared, it was definitely a heaven-defying existence. At the back mountain, in the instant that Yi Xian broke through to the Qi-controlling realm, he turned around and threw a punch. Compared to before, this punch was at least twice as powerful. This was the benefit of breaking through. Bang! In front of Yi Xian, a figure retreated over 10 feet. At this moment, Yi Xian had a clear look at the person who had launched a sneak attack on him. It was a man in a tight black robe, about 20 years old, with a cold look in his eyes. Obviously, he was a sword cultivator. Moreover, he might be a little bit away from reaching the great swordsman. Because at that moment, Yi Xian felt a faint sword aura in the sword. The black-robed man stared at Yi Xian. "How could you swallow my sword?" Yi Xian's expression was quite ferocious. "We agreed to fight one-on-one, but you played this kind of trick. Die." As his voice fell, he directly rushed out. At the same time, a sword appeared in his palm. Ling Xiao sword. When Yi Xian reached the Qi-controlling realm, he could already control Qi. Therefore, as soon as the Ling Xiao sword appeared, wisps of sword aura constantly emitted from the sword. Sword aura. The symbol of the great swordsman. All the students of Karaki Academy were shocked when they witnessed this scene. The black-robed man opposite Yi Xian also had a face full of disbelief. "Great swordsman, you actually reached the great swordsman." Although he was only a short distance away from becoming the great swordsman, this short distance could trap him for 10 or 20 years. Or even longer. The black-robed man didn't have much time to think because Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him, and Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. As soon as the sword descended, numerous rays of sword light shot out like sharp arrows. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot, and used the force from the ground to retreat explosively. However, he was still too slow, and a few strands of sword light directly pierced through his chest. Chi. The black-robed man staggered and fell to the ground, blood spurting out from his chest. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, his expression changed slightly, and he swiftly moved to the side. Meanwhile, a white shadow attacked him. It was the white-clothed man who had just fought with Mo Yunqi. At this moment, he obviously wanted to save the black-robed man. Yi Xian was expressionless. Holding the long sword in his hand, he thrust it forward. A strand of sword light flickered at the tip of his sword. The white-clothed man's pupils constricted slightly, and then his hands suddenly trembled violently. A powerful strand of blue energy swept out from within him and formed a blue barrier. However, it wasn't able to stop Yi Xian's attack. Yi Xian's sword sliced through the blue barrier, but it stopped when it was just a few inches away from the center of the white-clothed man's forehead, because the white-clothed man's hands had clamped down tightly onto Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, a strand of light blue flames emanated from the white-clothed man's hands, and it was exactly these flames that had resisted the sword light emanated by Yi Xian's sword. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pressed forward and kicked the white-clothed man. The white-clothed man reacted extremely quickly, and he immediately let go of Yi Xian's sword and pressed it down. Bang! Yi Xian and the white-clothed man retreated explosively by over 10 m at the same time. Yi Xian had just stopped when Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai arrived on his left and right. At this moment, Bai Zai's upper body was covered in red palm prints, and it was especially so for his chest. It had sunken severely, and it looked rather horrifying. Mo Yunqi wasn't much better off. His entire right arm had been completely fractured, and he couldn't move it at all. Moreover, blood was still flowing from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, he was heavily injured. As for the white-clothed man and the black-clothed man, they weren't injured at all. At this moment, the gazes of the white-clothed man and the black-clothed man descended onto Yi Xian, and they were about to attack. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared before Yi Xian's group of 3. It was Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji had just descended to the ground when Li Xuanzong appeared before him. Old Man Ji gulped down a mouthful of wine, and then he looked at Li Xuanzong. How about this? I'll let you kill these 3 little fellows. Do you want to kill them? Li Xuanzong narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew what Old Man Ji meant. If he killed Yi Xian's group of 3, then Old Man Ji would definitely fight to the death. And for an expert of Old Man Ji's level, if he acted recklessly, Karaki College would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Especially if he attacked the younger generation. Karaki College had no confidence in protecting the younger generation. Such an expert was very difficult to stop. A moment later, Li Xuanzong suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. You're really surprising, but it doesn't matter. Next year, there will definitely be your corpse on Song Mountain's Xiaodao. With that, he turned and left with the Karaki College students. After Li Xuanzong and the others left, Old Man Ji turned to look at Yi Xian's group of 3. Do you know who the white-clothed man and the black-clothed man were? Yi Xian's group of 3 shook their heads. Li Xuanzong said indifferently, they are 2 of the 3 great geniuses of Karaki College's inner courtyard. You should be glad that the other one didn't come today. Otherwise, I would be collecting your corpses right now. Yi Xian's group of 3 fell silent. Old Man Ji continued, those 2 just now didn't use their full strength, but the 3 of you basically did. I let them come up because I want you to see how weak your current strength is compared to Karaki College's. Just like what that old fart said, if you don't work hard, your corpses will really be hanging on Song Mountain's Xiaodao in a year's time. At that time, the old man won't even be able to collect your corpses. With that, he turned around and left. However, he stopped after a few steps. That's right. Those 2 just now aren't the best in Karaki College. The best are Fenju and Beichen. With your current strength, if you were to face them, you would definitely die. In the field, Yi Xian's group of 3 fell silent. Their expressions were solemn because they knew that Old Man Ji wasn't trying to scare them. They had already seen the strength of the white-clothed man and the black-clothed man. Very terrifying. Even Yi Xian, who had already reached the qi-resisting realm, didn't have the confidence to say that he would definitely be able to defeat them unless he used one sword to decide life and death. And those two weren't even the strongest in Kuraki College. A sense of crisis. This time, all three of them felt a sense of danger. Before this, the three of them were carefree. Even when they cultivated, they were forced to cultivate by Old Man Ji. There were very few voluntary parts. But now, the three of them were very clear that if they didn't become stronger, their corpses would definitely be hung on the road in the future. Even Yi Xian felt danger. No matter what happened in the past, he had to admit that he was now a student of Songlong College. He had to bear the grudges between Songlong College and Kuraki College, even if he didn't want to. Moreover, when Old Man Ji saved his sister, he also promised Old Man Ji that he would do his best to fight against Kuraki College and bring back the corpses from Xiao Dao. Cultivate. The three of them silently left the field and began to cultivate on their own. Yi Xian was still blasting the mountain. After the battle just now, he had some enlightenment. This time, he wasn't just blasting the mountain. After adding battle intent, he tried to make his fists have momentum. Fist momentum. This was definitely the reason why Old Man Ji wanted him to blast the mountain. Punch, punch, punch. 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 The momentum of one punch could split the earth and shatter the mountain. After understanding this, the power and momentum of Yi Xian's punches became stronger and stronger. Of course, he also paid the price. Both of his hands were already badly mutilated. At night, Yi Xian was exhausted and sprawled out in front of the small mountain. He lay on the ground and looked at the stars in the sky, gasping for breath. Now he didn't just feel tired, he also felt good. Extremely good. He felt that after venting out all the energy in his body, the feeling was extremely satisfying. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly sat up. He opened his palm and a sword floated in his palm. Ling Xiao sword. At this moment, Ling Xiao's sword was a little different than before. He couldn't describe this difference, he could only feel it. According to his guess, it should be because he had devoured that sword before. That sword's level wasn't low, it should be a spirit sword. Of course, it was definitely not as good as this Ling Xiao sword. Otherwise, that sword would have directly taken his life. The core of his invincible sword body was the sword. The stronger the sword in his dantian, the stronger his cultivation technique would be, and he could use this cultivation technique to devour even more swords. Sword. Thinking of this, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He scanned his surroundings and seeing that there was no one around, he immediately entered the prison pagoda. In the endless starry sky, Yi Xian stood under the pagoda. He raised his head and looked at the top of the pagoda. At the top of it, there were 3 swords. From his angle, he could only roughly see the 3 swords. He wanted to take a closer look, but it was a pity that he hadn't reached the airborne realm and could fly in the air. Therefore, he could only look from afar. Looking at the 3 swords, Yi Xian's eyes were burning. His intuition told him that if he could use these 3 swords as his dantian, there wouldn't be any sword in the world that he couldn't absorb. At this moment, the prison pagoda suddenly trembled. Yi Xian was stunned, then hurriedly entered the first level. He looked around. Senior? The mysterious woman didn't answer. Yi Xian frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head. There was a moment of silence. Thump, above Yi Xian's head, footsteps could be heard. When he heard the footsteps, Yi Xian was stunned. At first, he thought that he had heard wrongly, but very quickly, thump 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 thump. The footsteps on the second level were getting louder and louder. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Who? No one answered, but the footsteps were getting louder and louder. In the end, the entire first level of the prison pagoda shook. Chapter 50. Panic. At this moment, Yi Xian was panicking. This was because the mysterious woman had told him that the second level was not a kind person. Since it was not a kind person, it would be very difficult to communicate with them. This meant that once they came out, they would not give him a chance to speak. Senior. Yi Xian took 2 steps back and looked around. Senior? Are you still there? The mysterious woman still did not reply. Yi Xian was prepared to escape. At this moment, the prison pagoda suddenly trembled. Soon, the footsteps stopped and the entrance to the second level returned to normal. Yi Xian was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Senior? Did you attack?" Still, no one replied. Yi Xian wanted to ask something else, but at this moment, a white piece of paper suddenly floated out from the entrance to the second level. Paper! Yi Xian was stunned. Then he took 2 steps forward. At this moment, the piece of paper floated in front of him. There was a smiley face on the paper. Below the smiley face were 2 paw prints, which looked like cat paws. Yi Xian. At this moment, another piece of paper floated out from the entrance to the second level and slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. This time, there was a wronged face on the paper, and below the face, there were also 2 small paw prints. Suddenly, another piece of paper floated out. Soon it floated in front of Yi Xian. This time, there was a crying face on the paper, and below the crying face, there were also 2 small paw prints. Yi Xian looked up at the second level. "Do you want me to let you out?" Just as he said this, there was a soft sound from the top of the tower. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "That I can't let you out for now." After a moment of silence, suddenly, boom! The entire first and second levels of the prison pagoda violently shook, and the powerful impact instantly sent Yi Xian flying. Bang! Yi Xian crashed into the wall of the pagoda and howled in pain. At this moment, he felt as if his limbs were about to fall apart. However, before he could get up, an evil aura suddenly appeared on the first level. This aura was so evil that it caused Yi Xian's expression to change greatly. He hurriedly retreated out of the tower. Just as the aura was about to spill out of the tower, a sword in the sky above the world prison tower suddenly trembled slightly. Boom! The evil aura was instantly shattered, and the prison pagoda returned to normal. After a while, Yi Xian saw that the world prison pagoda had calmed down. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Not daring to stay any longer, he hurriedly left the prison pagoda. In reality, Yi Xian took a deep breath. Find the Tao Law. Only at this moment did he truly realize how terrifying this world prison pagoda was. This was only the 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. Just what kind of people were imprisoned here? He had to find the Tao Laws. After Yi Xian calmed down, he washed up and returned to his courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, he saw a petite figure sitting in front of the stone steps. It was Yi Ling. Just like before, no matter how long he went out, when he returned, he would see his little sister Yi Ling waiting for him. Yi Xian walked in front of Yi Ling. At this moment, Yi Ling was already asleep. He gently picked up Yi Ling. At this moment, Yi Ling subconsciously hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. "Brother!" Yi Xian smiled, then carried Yi Ling back to her room. After covering Yi Ling with a blanket, Yi Xian left the room. Not far away from the room, Old Man Ji had appeared at the entrance. Old Man Ji said, "Come with me." After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Yi Xian followed. On the way, Old Man Ji gulped down a mouthful of wine and said, "The matter with Karaki Academy has temporarily come to an end. However, when you leave the mountain in the future, you should be careful. Right now there is a lot of resentment in Karaki Academy. They all want revenge, but it has been suppressed by Karaki Academy. Of course, they don't want to stop. They are waiting for Fenju and Beichun to return." "They are not at Karaki Academy?" Yi Xian asked. Old Man Ji said indifferently, "If they were at Karaki Academy, the ones who came to challenge you that day wouldn't have been those 3 geniuses. Karaki Academy doesn't act, but once they do, they will definitely kill." Yi Xian fell silent. Old Man Ji said again, "With me here, Karaki Academy won't dare to send experts to assassinate you. But that is not absolute. So, when you are outside, you must be careful. Don't be careless and get yourself killed." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." Old Man Ji suddenly stopped. "There's still half a month before you go to Two World Mountain, right?" Yi Xian looked at Old Man Ji. "Does the dean know?" Old Man Ji nodded. "In the country of Jiang, there are only 2 or 3 people who are qualified. It seems that Enlace really thinks highly of you since she gave it to you." Yi Xian didn't say anything. Old Man Ji hesitated for a moment, then said, Kid, you're not an ordinary person, but that Enlace is even more so. Kuraki Academy is so domineering, but Enlancio said she wouldn't join, and Kuraki Academy didn't even dare to fart. From this, you should be able to see how terrifying she is. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, what are you trying to say? Old Man Ji said indifferently. You know very well what I'm trying to say. Yi Xian smiled. The dean is afraid that I will bring trouble to myself if I get close to her, right? Old Man Ji nodded. Enlace doesn't have any ill intentions towards you, but that might not be the case for the people behind her. It's best to stay away from her, or wait until you have absolute strength before approaching her. It's good for you and for her. Yi Xian shook his head. Old Man Ji looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, We know each other, and we're friends. We don't mix in anything else. Old Man Ji shook his head. You're too idealistic. You don't mix in with her, but don't tell me others don't mix in as well? Or do you think that the world is a beautiful place, and that everyone is reasonable? Yi Xian shrugged. If her family tries to stop me, I'll fight them. I'll beat them until they don't dare to stop me. Old Man Ji gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. You've got guts, but unfortunately that's all. Yi Xian was a little speechless. What else can I do? I'll tell Miss In that I'm afraid of her family, and we can't be friends anymore? Old Man Ji looked straight at Yi Xian. Do you really only want to be friends with her, kid? Don't you have other thoughts? Yi Xian blinked. I don't know what you're talking about. With that, he walked into the distance. Old Man Ji sighed, and took a step forward. This step brought him to Yi Xian's side, and he said, This is your choice, I won't say anything more. Finally, when you go to the Two-World Mountain, you need to be careful of 3 things. The first is obviously Kuraki Academy. The 2 wretched geniuses and 3 prodigies of Kuraki Academy might go. If you come across them, don't try to be brave. You still need to run. The second is to be careful of the people from the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire will definitely send people there as well. The relationship between our Jiang Empire and the Tang Empire is like the relationship between Kuraki Academy and our Tsanglan Academy. With that, he paused and continued. Third, you have to be careful of some geniuses from other countries. When you're outside, killing and robbing others is a common occurrence. You have to know that many geniuses rose up by stepping on the corpses of other geniuses. I know you've been fighting and killing since you were young, but the law of survival is even crueler in the outside world. Yi Xian nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Old Man Ji took a sip of wine and continued. The fire spirit in your sister's body is being devoured, and it won't last long. When we go to the Swordmaster's abode, it's located in a volcanic region. If there's a chance, find some fire-attributed items, the hotter the better. Yi Xian bowed slightly. My sister is here, so I'll have to trouble you, Principal. Don't worry, she's safe here, Old Man Ji said. He then stopped. Before you go to Two-World Mountain, you have to cultivate your fist force. Your force is still not enough. Fist force, fist force, fist force. Before you punch, your aura has already been released. That's the true fist force. As for your own battle intent, don't be too hasty. There's still a process between you and a martial Dao Grandmaster, and this process needs to be completed slowly. Martial Dao can't be rushed. It's best if everything comes naturally. Yi Xian bowed deeply to Old Man Ji. I've learned a lot. Old Man Ji nodded. Go back and cultivate. Cultivating fist force will be of great help to you when you go to Two-World Mountain. Yi Xian bowed again, then turned around and left. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, Old Man Ji said softly, He's not in a rush. He's a good seedling. After saying that, he gulped down a mouthful of wine, then turned around and disappeared into the distance. At the back of the mountain, Yi Xian arrived in front of the small mountain again, and very soon, there was a series of rumbling sounds coming from the back of the mountain. Under the waterfall, Beizhe was crazily swimming against the flow of the waterfall. Within the mountain, Mo Yunqi was madly fleeing, and this time, it wasn't just one demon wolf chasing him, but 2. Bitter cultivation. After fighting with the students from Kuraki Academy, Yi Xian and the other 2 began to cultivate crazily. This was because the three of them had seen the strength of the students from Karaki Academy, and in the future, they would definitely have to face them. No one wanted to lose, nor did they want to die. Cultivation. Madly cultivating. In the following period of time, Yixian and the other two began to cultivate crazily. Apart from eating and sleeping, the three of them spent all their time cultivating. This was especially so for Mo Yunqi and Bei Zhe. When the two of them had fought with the students from Karaki Academy, they had been completely suppressed by the other party, and they had not been able to fight back. The two of them were proud people, and they did not want something like that to happen again. Half a month later, under the bitter cultivation, there were naturally some results. Mo Yunqi could already deal with the attacks of the two demon wolves with ease, and he could even release flying knives to counterattack at any time. As for Bei Zhe, under the waterfall he no longer needed the chains, and he could swim against the flow of the waterfall. His body had gone through a huge change compared to before, and it was not just his body, but his strength had also changed greatly. As for Yixian, in front of the small mountain, Yixian's eyes slightly changed, and his whole body was like a statue. After an unknown amount of time, his eyes suddenly opened, and his right hand clenched into a fist. Boom! A formless power swept out from his body. In the distance, bang! A huge rock that was several zhang wide suddenly shattered. Power. Fist power. At this time, Yixian suddenly fiercely punched the ground. Boom! With Yixian as the center, the ground within a radius of several zhang instantly exploded, and countless gravel shot out in all directions like sharp arrows. Yixian stood up, and he looked at his own fist, and his eyes were filled with excitement. I'm really King powerful. At this time, there was a sudden change in the field. Pa! With a loud slap, Yixian's whole body directly flew to the mountain wall several zhang away. Bang! The mountain wall trembled slightly, and countless gravel fell along with Yixian. After a moment, Yixian slowly got up, and at this time, there was a small claw mark on the right side of his face. Chapter 51. Yixian was completely dumbfounded. Who hit him? He jumped up, took out his Ling Xiao sword, and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. However, he did not discover anything. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Ling Xiao sword. From the body of the Ling Xiao sword he saw a small claw mark on the right side of his face. When he saw this small claw mark, his face immediately darkened. He recognized this claw mark. It was exactly the same as the claw mark on the paper that floated out from the second floor. That guy could come out? Thinking of this, Yixian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly returned to the prison pagoda. However, the prison pagoda was incomparably quiet. There was no movement at all. The upper floor was also incomparably quiet. Yixian glanced at the entrance of the second floor with a rather strange expression. He could be sure that the one who hit him was this guy on the second floor. However, he could do nothing about it. Go to the second floor and fight with him alone? Wasn't that courting death? He couldn't afford to offend him. He couldn't afford to offend him. Yixian touched his burning right cheek, then turned around and left the prison pagoda. At noon, inside the Azure Water Palace, everyone sat around the table. On the table, there were more than 10 dishes. There were meat and vegetables, and the aroma assailed their nostrils. This time Jianji didn't move his chopsticks. He just licked his chopsticks, not caring about his image at all. Everyone was already used to it. At this moment Old Man Ji suddenly said, "After this meal, it's time for you guys to leave." Leave? Yixian looked at Old Man Ji. They are also going to Two Boundary Mountain? Old Man Ji shook his head. I will bring the two of them to a place to train alone. Yixian nodded, then looked at Mo Yunqi and Bei Zhe. Take care. Bei Zhe nodded. You too. Mo Yunqi chuckled. Next time we meet, let's spar. Yixian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Yiling suddenly snorted. You definitely can't beat my brother. Mo Yunqi rolled his eyes. Yes, your brother is the strongest. He finally understood. In this Zhonglan Academy, the last person to offend was this little girl. This was because this little girl had a very high status in everyone's hearts. Other than being able to cook, she also knew how to get wine for Geezer Ji and make food for Jianji in the middle of the night. She especially knew how to wash their clothes. Even Bai Zhe was very fond of her. If he offended her, it would be equivalent to offending everyone else. Yi Ling grinned and put a piece of lean meat into Yi Xian's bowl. "Brother, eat." Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head, his eyes filled with love. Mo Yunqi suddenly shook his head and sighed. Alas, someone else's sister. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. An hour later, Old Man Ji brought Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Mo Yunqi waved at Yi Xian. "See you next time, let's have a good fight." Yi Xian smiled. "All right." Bai Zhe bowed slightly to Yi Xian. "Take care." After saying that, he turned around and quickly followed Old Man Ji, who was walking at the front with Mo Yunqi. Yi Xian pulled Yi Ling and turned to walk in front of Jianji. He looked straight at Jianji. "Is my sister safe here?" Jianji looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian also looked at her and did not speak. At this moment, Jianji suddenly moved sideways. In the next moment, a blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, she was already 100 feet away. As soon as she stopped, the ground behind her cracked open. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Not only that, but there was a mysterious power lingering in the crack. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's pupils shrank and he was extremely shocked. Because it was an artistic conception. Blade intent. This foodie in front of him was actually so powerful. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. Because this foodie in front of him had almost killed him with a blade. At this moment, Yi Ling walked in front of Yi Xian. She took out a bag and handed it to Yi Xian. "Brother, there's a pair of shoes in here. I just hooked them and some dry food. I made them. When you go out, fight less and don't hurt yourself. Also, I'll be good here. Don't worry about me." Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. "Wait for me to come back." After saying that, he carried the bag and turned to walk into the distance. He was not a pretentious person. Although he could not bear to part with his sister, a real man's ambition was to travel far and wide. When there was something that he had to do, he should do it decisively and not procrastinate. Under Yi Ling's gaze, Yi Xian's back view became more and more blurry. Yi Ling did not cry. She just watched until Yi Xian completely disappeared in the distance. She did not look away. After a long time, she turned around and walked to Jianji's side. Then she held Jianji's hand. "Sister Ji, let's go." Jianji glanced at Yi Ling. "Don't worry." Yi Ling grinned. "He told me to wait for him to come back, so he will definitely come back. Big brother has never gone back on his word when he promised me." Jianji nodded. She turned to look into the distance and seemed to think of something. She shook her head slightly. "Not a bad man. Unfortunately, he likes men." After Yi Xian left the mountain, he directly went to the cloud ship base of the Drunken Immortal restaurant outside the imperial capital. He was going to Borderline Mountain, so he naturally had to take a cloud ship. However, as soon as he left the city, a group of people rushed out of the city. From their clothes, it was clear that they were students of Kuraki Academy. Ever since Yi Xian killed a student of Kuraki Academy, the students of Kuraki Academy had been thinking about revenge at all times. However, they still had some misgivings. They did not dare to directly go to Tsanglan Academy to find Yi Xian's group of 3. However, they did not give up. Instead, they constantly sent people to stand guard at the foot of Tsanglan Academy's mountain. Now that Yi Xian had left the mountain, they received the news and immediately rushed over. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Seeing Yi Xian stop in his tracks, the group of Kuraki Academy students also stopped in their tracks. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the group of Kuraki Academy students. One-on-one. One-on-one? Everyone was stunned. So direct? At this moment, a student of Kuraki Academy stood out. He slowly walked in front of Yi Xian and fiercely said, "Yi Xian, you killed a student of my Kuraki Academy. Today, At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Bang. The man hadn't even finished speaking when his figure was blasted over 10 m away. He was directly crushed. All the students of Kuraki Academy were stunned when they witnessed this scene. He's so ferocious? The students glanced at each other and were about to attack together. However, right at this moment, Yixian suddenly said, "There are so many of you, so why don't all of you attack together? In any case, your Kuraki Academy is shameless. Come on, all of you attack together." The expressions of the students of Kuraki Academy instantly became slightly unsightly when they heard this. Attack together? They'd originally intended to attack together, but after Yixian spoke like this, they didn't dare to attack together. Because this was in broad daylight. If they attacked together, even if they won, it wouldn't be good for their reputation. When he saw that the students of Kuraki Academy didn't attack, Yixian pointed at them and said, "All of you are just a bunch of little brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The expressions of the students of Kuraki Academy who stood behind Yixian were unsightly to the extreme, but none of them dared to attack. They weren't idiots. Based on how Yixian attacked earlier, none of them were a match for Yixian at all. Continuing to fight would only be asking to be humiliated. Simply speaking, they'd realized a fact, and it was that only the inner court students could deal with Yixian. Just like that, Yixian vanished into the distance under the gazes of the students of Kuraki Academy. An hour later, Yixian ascended the cloud vessel. This time he was staying in a special classroom. It was naturally because of the violet card. With the violet card, one could stay in a special classroom for free. Yixian naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing, because he would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of it. After the cloud vessel started moving, Yixian arrived on the deck. "It's you." At this moment, a slightly familiar voice resounded in Yixian's ears. Yixian turned around and saw a woman in a red dress standing not too far away from him. She was extremely beautiful, especially her slender figure that made one want to embrace her and play with her. That woman was none other than Emo Suiqing, who'd had a conflict with him. There was a man standing beside Emo Suiqing. The man wore gorgeous embroidered clothes, a golden crown, and a jade belt. His face was like white jade, and he was extremely handsome. The man's gaze descended onto Yixian, and he ceaselessly sized him up. Yixian glanced at Emo Suiqing before withdrawing his gaze, and then he walked to the bow of the vessel. As he watched the scenery below grow smaller and smaller, his yearning for the legendary sword immortal grew stronger. Riding a sword through the world. That was the dream of every swordsman. Seeing that Yixian was ignoring her, Emo Suiqing's expression immediately turned cold. Ever since she was born, no matter where she went, she'd always been the focus of attention. When had she ever been ignored like this? She walked to Yixian's side, and Yixian turned around to look at her with a slight frown. The woman before him was indeed very beautiful. Any man would probably like to look at her, but he really didn't like her. It should be said that he hated her. He really hated this kind of disrespectful and opinionated woman. And Lanxio was still the best. Thinking of that woman in a snow-white dress, Yixian's frown relaxed, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "Yixian." At this moment, Emo Suiqing suddenly smiled and said, "Why? Do you dislike me that much?" Yixian shook his head. "Miss Emo, people of different principles cannot make plans together." Emo Suiqing's eyes narrowed slightly. "I heard that you joined Songlan Academy." Yixian nodded. "Congratulations." Emo Suiqing smiled. Her smile was very bright, but her words were slightly harsh. Yixian nodded and didn't say anything else. He didn't want to say anything, so he turned around and walked to the other side. Emo Suiqing had no intention of letting it go, so she immediately followed him. The competition between Songlan Academy and Songlan Academy will be held in a year. Yixian didn't answer her. Emo Suiqing continued. "I will definitely be there to watch it." Yixian glanced at Emo Suiqing, and then he walked to the other side. Emo Suiqing's expression instantly darkened when she saw this, and she seemed to have thought of something. She glanced at the man beside her and smiled. "Brother Mu, look, she doesn't like me at all." The man glanced at Yixian, then at Emo Suiqing, and he didn't say anything. He wasn't stupid, and he naturally understood that the woman beside him wanted to use him as a tool. At this moment, Yixian suddenly turned around to look at Mo Suiqing. Can't you tell that I really dislike you? Can you not King come near me? If you come near me again, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to stop myself from punching you to death. Mo Suiqing. P.S. Thank you to the readers for putting up signs, tipping and voting. Thank you for your support. I also want to thank my old friends who went to other book review sections to help me promote it. I still want to ask for a wave of tickets, and also ask for everyone's help to promote it and collect it. New book is not easy. Chapter 52. Mo Suiqing glared at Yixian. She clenched her fists and her entire body was trembling. The man beside her looked at Yixian in shock. Yixian turned to leave after he finished speaking. At that moment, Mo Suiqing suddenly shouted, "How dare you humiliate me?" Yixian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and walked in front of Mo Suiqing. Humiliate you? I've already let you off twice. You're the one who's chasing after me, all right? As he spoke, he pinched Mo Suiqing's cheeks. Miss Mo, ask yourself honestly. Apart from your face and your identity, what else do you have? Or rather, without this face, without the identity of the Mo family, do you think there will still be men around you? They surround you. Do you think they really like you? No, they only like your face and identity. Without your face and identity, you're worthless in their eyes. With that, he let go of her and said, You think you're toying with those men, but forgive me for being blunt. Is there any meaning in toying with those men? Is there any meaning? Any man with a little bit of intelligence wouldn't be toyed with by you. Missin is right. Your Mo family is a big family after all. Don't you think you're embarrassing your family by doing these kinds of things all day long? Think about it. Also, don't try to scheme against me. I don't want to be hunted down by your Mo family after I kill you with a single punch. With that, he turned around and left. Mo Suiqing clenched her fists tightly. Her expression was cold and no one knew what she was thinking. Yixian returned to his private room. He didn't particularly hate Mo Suiqing, but he didn't have a good impression of her either. She was too self-righteous. Without thinking about Mo Suiqing, he returned to the prison pagoda. Senior. Yixian said in a low voice after glancing around. The surroundings were extremely quiet. The mysterious woman still didn't reply. Yixian's expression sank. He was a little flustered without the mysterious woman around. Right at this moment, a piece of paper suddenly floated out from the entrance to the second level. Yixian's eyelids twitched when he saw this piece of paper. It's here again. Soon, that piece of paper floated in front of him. On it was a calm face. It was very calm, and it was impossible to tell whether it was happy or angry. And under this calm face, there was a claw mark. The corners of Yixian's mouth twitched. He scanned his surroundings and hurriedly exited the world prison pagoda. What kind of existence was imprisoned on the second floor? Yixian was filled with doubts. However, no matter what was locked up, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that it was definitely not something he could fight against right now. Hurry up and find that whatever Dao law. Yixian made up his mind. In the following time, Yixian began to cultivate crazily. Now that he was in the qi-controlling realm, he had yet to fully comprehend this realm, especially the application of sword qi and sword ray. Unfortunately, the mysterious woman had not spoken recently, so he could only rely on himself to slowly explore the application of sword qi and sword ray. Something worthy of mentioning was that it wasn't so difficult for him to execute determine life and death with a swing of the sword now. Moreover, the might of determine life and death with a swing of the sword had increased greatly. His current determine life and death with a swing of the sword was entirely capable of killing a levitation realm expert. Moreover, determine life and death with a swing of the sword could be said to be his greatest killer move and trump card. In the following time, Yixian started to practice his sword and fist techniques like a madman. No matter if it was his sword or fist techniques, he didn't want to use any of them. Time passed very quickly. 2 days later, the cloud ship started to descend slowly. He'd arrived at Two World City. Yi Xian left the room and came to the deck of the cloud ship. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked down. Two World City was growing larger and larger. He was slightly surprised when he saw Two World City, because there were soldiers standing on the walls of Two World City. Moreover, there were over 1,000 soldiers training below the city. Overall, the movements of these soldiers were neat and orderly, and they carried a murderous aura. It was obvious that they were sharp troops. In next to no time, the cloud ship stopped steadily in Two World City, and Yi Xian leaped off the cloud ship. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was Emo Suiqing. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly, and he was about to speak when Emo Suiqing spoke abruptly. Remember this. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. How inexplicable. Yi Xian shook his head. And then he withdrew a map. Old Man Ji had given him this map before he came here, and it contained the exact location of the Swordmaster's abode. It didn't take long for him to find it. Yi Xian didn't stay in the city, and he dashed directly out of the city and towards the mountain range on the right. It didn't take long for him to enter the boundless mountain range. He wasn't unfamiliar with mountains at all. Around 4 hours later, Yi Xian walked along the direction indicated on the map. The air grew hotter the deeper he went, and another 2 hours passed before Yi Xian stopped. 3 mountains stood in a triangular formation not too far away from him, and there was a gorge at the center. I've arrived. Yi Xian was just about to continue forward when a shapeless pressure suddenly enveloped him. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at the surroundings but didn't notice anyone. Proof of qualification. A voice suddenly resounded by Yi Xian's ear. Yi Xian hurriedly took out the jade pendant Enlancio had given him, and he waved it around. In next to no time, the pressure vanished completely. Yi Xian continued forward, and it didn't take long for him to enter the gorge. At the moment he entered the gorge, the Lingxiao sword within him actually trembled, and was about to charge out of his body. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly suppressed the Lingxiao sword. What's going on? Yi Xian's brows knit together tightly, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. You're here. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from Yi Xian's right. Yi Xian looked over and saw a woman standing on his right. The woman wore a silver dress, and there was a golden curved blade hanging from her waist. Ninth Princess. Yi Xian walked in front of the ninth princess and asked in surprise, "You knew that I was coming?" The ninth princess sized up Yi Xian and nodded. "Follow me." With that, she turned and walked to the side. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then followed. On the way, the ninth princess didn't speak, and Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "You knew that I was coming?" "She is my close friend," the ninth princess replied. "Enlancio." Yi Xian understood. Needless to say, Enlancio must have told the ninth princess about the jade pendant. Soon, under the ninth princess's lead, the two of them came to a dense forest. The ninth princess sat on the ground, and she signaled for Yi Xian to sit down as well. Yi Xian didn't hesitate, and directly sat on the ground. The ninth princess took a branch and drew a circle on the ground. This cave was left behind by the Azure World Swordmaster. As for who the Azure World Swordmaster is, I won't introduce him. In any case, he was a person who once stunned the entire Azure world. This cave was not left behind by him at his peak, but in his early years. Even so, its value is immeasurable. And this time, those who are participating in the development of this cave are the big shots, countries, and some sects in the mountains. With that, she paused for a moment and looked at Yi Xian. No one force can monopolize this cave. Not a single power could monopolize this abode. Thus, in order to avoid a huge dispute, the higher-ups issued some qualification orders, allowing the younger generation of each power to enter and search for fortuitous encounters. In short, this time, not only the people from the country of Jiang are coming, but there are also geniuses from other countries, and some sect's disciples. This time, you will see the geniuses from the country of Jiang. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Are there people from Karaki College coming too?" The ninth princess looked at Yi Xian. "Yes, but I don't know who will come this time." Yi Xian nodded, and didn't say anything else. Anyway, at most they would just fight. As if knowing what Yi Xian was thinking, The ninth princess looked at him. Remember, you are here to search for opportunities, not to fight and kill. Yixian chuckled. I won't take the initiative to fight with them. I'm just afraid that they will hit me when they see me. You also know about the matter between Songlong College and Kuraki College. The ninth princess nodded. We'll talk about it when the time comes. With that, she seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked up at Yixian. If I remember correctly, you are a swordsman? Yixian nodded. The ninth princess was silent for a moment, and then said, Don't easily expose your identity as a swordsman later. Why? Yixian didn't understand. The ninth princess said in a deep voice, This is the cave residence of the Firmament Swordmaster, and the Firmament Swordmaster is a swordsman. A swordsman coming here will definitely have some advantages. If you expose your identity as a swordsman, it is very likely that you will be targeted. With that said, she looked to the right. After entering, opportunities are not to be found, but to be snatched. Whoever snatches it will own it. Yixian was speechless. At this time, the ninth princess took out 2 green pills, and with a flick of her finger, one of them flew to Yixian. Poison avoidance pill, just in case. Yixian nodded, and directly swallowed it. The ninth princess saw that Yixian ate it without any hesitation and looked at Yixian. You trust me so much? Yixian said softly. I trust her. Enlancio. Since Enlancio was the close friend of the ninth princess, there was no doubt that this person in front of him was absolutely trustworthy. The ninth princess looked at Yixian. You like her? Yixian was speechless. The ninth princess retracted her gaze, and then swallowed her poison avoidance pill. Work hard. Yixian was about to speak, but at this moment, suddenly, footsteps came from not far away. Yixian and the ninth princess turned to look at the source of the footsteps. It was a man in his 20s, burly, and had a beard on his face. Seeing the person who came, Yixian frowned, because the person in front of him was wearing the clothes of the Tang Empire. When he saw Yixian and the ninth princess, the burly man was slightly stunned. Obviously, he also came here by accident. He was about to leave, but at this moment he suddenly looked at the ninth princess not far away, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Country of Jiang. The ninth princess retracted her gaze and leaned against a tree. The burly man glanced at the ninth princess, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up, and his smile was somewhat obscene. I like to sleep with the women of the Jiang Empire. It's comfortable. At this moment, Yixian, who was originally sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up, and in the next moment he rushed directly in front of the burly man like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. The latter's expression changed drastically. It was too late to retreat, and the burly man could only hurriedly throw a punch. At this moment, Yixian also threw a punch. Fist collapse. Not only was this punch mixed with battle intent, but it also contained a fist aura pressure. The 2 fists collided. Bang. Crack. The burly man's entire body was directly thrown out, and at the same time, his entire arm was directly fractured, turning into a strange shape. After sending the burly man flying with a punch, Yixian immediately rushed over. After a breath's time, Yixian carried the burly man who was constantly wailing in pain, and arrived in front of the ninth princess. He kicked the burly man. Apologize. The ninth princess glanced at Yixian. Apologize for what? In the next moment, she suddenly pulled out the golden saber at her waist, and slashed at the burly man's throat. Chi. The burly man's head was directly separated from his neck. The ninth princess put away the golden saber, and she held the bloody head, then glanced at Yixian. You're not ruthless enough, learn. You should have companions. Let's go, I'll bring you to kill someone. Yixian was speechless. Chapter 53. Yixian was dumbfounded. Am I not ruthless enough? In all fairness, he felt that he was ruthless enough. Of course, the ninth princess seemed to be a ruthless character as well. At this moment, the ninth princess, who was not far away, suddenly stopped. She turned around to look at Yixian. What are you waiting for? Let's go and kill someone. Yi Xian was speechless. Just like that, Yi Xian followed the ninth princess and walked into the distance. However, when he left, he searched the burly man's body and gained quite a lot. He obtained quite a few upper spiritual stones, including the ones he had saved before. He now had a total of 15 upper spiritual stones. In addition, he also had about 100 gold coins. It was not a small amount of wealth. Under the ninth princess's lead, the two of them arrived at a ravine. In the ravine, Yi Xian saw two people. Judging from their attire, they were undoubtedly from the Tang Kingdom. There were some differences in the customs and attire between the Tang Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom, especially their accents. In the distance, the two men were stunned when they saw the ninth princess and Yi Xian. They were from the Jiang Kingdom? Soon, their eyes fell on the bloody head in the ninth princess's hand. When they saw the head, their expressions instantly turned cold. At this moment, the ninth princess suddenly threw the head to one of the men. At the same time, she rushed out like a gust of wind. So fast. Yi Xian's pupils constricted slightly. The ninth princess's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. Without thinking too much, he rushed out as well because one of the men was also rushing towards him. When he arrived in front of the man, Yi Xian punched out without thinking. Fist force. When he punched out, some of the stones around him directly exploded. When the man opposite Yi Xian sensed the power in Yi Xian's fist, he was shocked. He did not dare to be careless and quickly stopped. He half-squatted and suddenly crossed his arms. Crack! The ground beneath the man's feet cracked open. At the same time, the sleeves of the man's arms exploded apart. At this moment, his arms had actually turned crimson gold. And they were as hard as gold. At this moment, Yi Xian's fist arrived. Bang! Following the sound of an explosion, the man was pushed back several feet, and Yi Xian was also pushed back several feet. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked at his fist. His fist was red. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, none of the people who came were simple. Right at this moment, the man suddenly took a stride forward, and he directly arrived in front of Yi Xian. The man suddenly smashed his arms down towards Yi Xian. And then numerous explosions instantly resounded in the surroundings as soon as his arms descended. What terrifying strength! Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand tightly, and the will to fight condensed on his fist. He was just about to attack when a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. In the next moment, the man's head flew into the air. Yi Xian looked in front of him with astonishment. There was a woman standing in front of him. A silver dress and a golden saber. It was the ninth princess. One strike and one kill. Yi Xian's mind went blank. The ninth princess put her golden saber away, turned around, and walked over to Yi Xian. She just stared at Yi Xian. Why didn't you use your full strength? Yi Xian was speechless. The ninth princess stared straight at Yi Xian. You're a swordsman. You could have used your full strength to kill him in the shortest time possible. So why did you hold back? Do you know that if you don't end the battle as soon as possible, then it's very likely that you'll attract more enemies and be besieged by even more people? Yi Xian was silent. The ninth princess took another step forward. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, and her voice was a little colder. This isn't a place for you to train. Here, if you don't kill others, then others will kill you. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I understand. The ninth princess said coldly, Be serious. Yi Xian said seriously, I understand. The ninth princess nodded slightly. Follow me. Yi Xian tidied up the spoils of war, and obtained 5 top-grade spirit stones and more than 50 gold coins. Right now, he had 20 high-grade spirit stones and 150 gold coins. Looking at the small bag on his waist, Yi Xian smiled foolishly and hurriedly followed. Under the ninth princess's lead, the two of them came to a hidden cave. The ninth princess sat cross-legged on the ground and started a fire. Then she took out a chicken and started roasting it. Yi Xian was dumbfounded because when they came, the ninth princess was empty-handed. The ninth princess glanced at Yi Xian. Why? Curious? Yi Xian nodded hurriedly. The ninth princess flashed a ring on her finger. A storage ring. It has its own space inside and can store some things, except for living things. Yi Xian blinked. Can I have a look? The ninth princess was generous. With a tap of her finger, the storage ring flew directly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring carefully, his eyes full of curiosity. How many things can be stored in it? The ninth princess said lightly, about the size of a room. Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, how much does it cost to buy one? The ninth princess glanced at Yi Xian. 500,000 gold coins, there's no market for it. 500,000. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot, then returned the ring to the ninth princess. 500,000 gold coins. What a joke, he couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. The ninth princess glanced at the storage ring, then said, if you want, I can give it to you. Yi Xian shook his head decisively. The ninth princess was a little surprised. Why? Yi Xian said, where there is gain, there must be loss. The ninth princess looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, come to my army, I will protect you in the future. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I promised old man Ji, I am now a student of Tsanglan Academy, I have to keep my word. The ninth princess nodded, not saying anything else. If Yi Xian agreed so decisively, she would be unwilling. A person must have strength, but he must also have a good character. Yi Xian turned to look outside the cave. When do we enter the Swordmaster's cave abode? The ninth princess said, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the deadline, those who should be here will be here. Yi Xian took a look at the ninth princess. You are very strong. The ninth princess said indifferently. That is because you have not seen more monsters and geniuses. The state of Jiang is very small. Qingzhou is very big. After tomorrow, you will find that there are many outstanding people in this world. This is nothing. The most terrifying thing is that those outstanding people are very hard-working. Yi Xian sat in front of the ninth princess. You and Miss An are both outstanding. The ninth princess tore a chicken leg and threw it to Yi Xian. Although Shaoan was born in the state of Jiang, her background is not ordinary. It will be very stressful to be friends with her. And if you have other ideas, the pressure will be even greater than the sky. Yi Xian nodded. I will work hard to become stronger. The corner of the ninth princess' mouth lifted slightly. I like your temperament. After saying that, she lay on the side of the mountain wall. Sleep after eating. Tomorrow we will enter the mountain to kill people. Yi Xian. The night passed. At dawn the next day, Yi Xian and the ninth princess left the cave and went straight to the depths of the mountain. The two of them arrived in front of a large mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a huge cave entrance. Around the cave entrance, there was actually a sword light snaking around. That is the entrance? Yi Xian asked. The ninth princess nodded. The big shots above forcibly broke an entrance. It is said that when they broke this entrance, 2 Nether Passage Realm experts died. Therefore, when we enter later, besides being careful of the people, we have to be more careful of the unknown existences inside. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. The two quickened their pace, but at this moment, a man in black suddenly flashed past them at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. This person's speed was not much slower than Mo Yunqi's. Indeed, no one who came here was simple. When the man passed by the two, he suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and the ninth princess, sneered, and then made a throat-slitting gesture. Yi Xian. The man in black did not stop, but instead sped up and disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian was about to speak. Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, a bloody head rolled in front of the ninth princess and Yi Xian. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of the head, because this bloody head belonged to the black-robed man from before. It was gone just like that? Next to Yi Xian, the ninth princess said calmly, this kind of person is obviously a first-timer. In the outside world, if you are not particularly powerful, like Shaoan, it is best to keep a low profile. Yi Xian nodded seriously. I will keep a low profile. The ninth princess suddenly turned to look at him. What low profile? You have to keep a low profile when you need to, or others will think that you are easy to bully. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pulled out the golden saber from her waist and slashed in the distance. Slash. A golden saber radiance flashed in the field, and a large tree over 100 feet away exploded. At the same time, a figure was sent flying over 100 feet away. The ninth princess looked at the figure in the distance coldly. Scram. The figure did not say anything, and with a shake of his body, he immediately fled. The ninth princess looked around coldly. Trash, don't come out, you are wasting my saber energy. Yi Xian. The ninth princess turned to look at Yi Xian. Let's go. The two of them continued forward, and soon, they arrived at the entrance, where a long-haired man sat. The man's hair was extremely long, even longer than a woman's, and half of the man's face was covered by his long hair. The man held a blood-red saber in his hand, and there were a few bloody heads at his feet. At this moment, the long-haired man looked up at the ninth princess and Yi Xian, and he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and his smile was extremely horrifying. Apart from that, the man's appearance was also extremely ugly, as if he had been burnt by fire. The long-haired man suddenly held the long saber and lightly stomped on the ground, and said in a hoarse voice, 100 upper spiritual stones as a toll fee. The ninth princess looked at the long-haired man. It's not your fault that you are ugly, but it is your fault that you disgust me. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Kill him. Yi Xian. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.